Man, that was a tough one. I couldn't get the mic to freaking work on this, my laptop. It just kept crashing, so. Here we are. All right, today, 2006 WRX. It's, maybe it's a 7. No, it's a 6. It's a 6. And it's got a IAG 750 block in it, a Link standalone. It's got flex fuel, things like that. So I'm going to finish up the pump gas tune and then start dumping some ethanol into it. Last pull I did yesterday, a line blew off the boost controller, which resulted in many PSI of boost. Obviously I don't want to do that anymore, so we redid the lines to keep it from doing that. Whoops. Caps lock was on. It still has the factory map sensor on it, which is only 2 point something bar, so the most I can go is like 22 pounds of boost, and then it's done. So we don't want that. Now, I did make a change to the fuel table because the car went lean, and it was like, my immediate thing was, oh, it was lean, add fuel. And then I looked and go, oh, the map sensor was maxed out. That's why it was actually lean. It wasn't the fuel table. So the fuel table is still changed for that, which means it's going to be a rich on this pole. And so I will fix that here in a minute. But let me get this thing rolling. This is a 5-speed. Clutch feels horrific. The pedal is whack. It's probably about to break out of the bell housing of this thing, to be honest with you. But that's what these things do, you know. So the engine's warmed up. The dyno's calibrated, so we should be good to go for a pull around the back here. Alright, so we got a little wiggle on the boost, which you heard, and you can see that on the dyno graph. We got some wiggles going on right through here, and the boost was kind of laggy. I'm actually surprised by that. I don't know why it was so laggy. Let's see, make sure the cam timings are working correctly. Well, it was. Cam timing worked correctly. So I need to tweak that a smidge. That's about right there, but I'll do that later. Let's go at this boost first. Alright, so first thing we saw was wavering of the boost. Boost target, it eventually hit it, but it bounced around it a smidge. We can look here at the dynamics below, and what we can see is the derivative didn't do much. You see that the boost is coming in pretty aggressively. Stage 3, or stage 1, pre-spool. Stage 2 is really short because it came in quick. So honestly, I don't want to do that. Need more derivative, honestly, that would be the best. More derivative as it's going up, and that should help knock it down and keep it from spiking, because the derivative you see only did negative 0.2 down here at the bottom, and that's not enough derivative action if I'm going to have the derivative do anything. And then we can see from here. Now remember, derivative is basically, it's a multiplier of duty cycle times the slope of the line. So the steeper this slope is going to be times the multiplier, the more derivative action we're going to have. And you see here, the line is the steepest it's going to be, aside from over here when I let off, but the steepest it's going to be. So with no derivative action, the derivative is too low. And we got it here at 0.2, so I'm just going to go, 2. And that's probably going to be too much. But I'm not going to change anything else. I'm going to see if that derivative becomes more active and knocks this peak and this waver out of the boost control. Now again, that might be too much, and what will happen is it'll start feeding off of itself, and I'll get these big derivative spikes in here. But I want you guys to see it, and we're in a position now where it's not going to do any damage. If we look right here, we'll see that we were indeed rich as bizzalls. Like I thought, the closed loop was pulling 10%, and we were still 5 or so percent rich, so we got about 15% rich in there, and that makes sense because I added about 15% to that spot on the fuel map before I realized it was because I maxed up the map sensor. So let's pull a tiny bit out of that right now. because safe is one thing, but too much fuel is too much fuel. So this region right here was much. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna grab this guy. What's that? 113, 112. Let's do that. So I'm gonna go to this one. Let's take this whole table. Do this. Go to 1 and then start over with it. Did that work? Should work. Yep, 113, and then do what I did before, like this, and 0.94. Pull 6% out of it because I had added 6% to that map earlier. Okay. $64 is a high number for idle, and so seeing that it's still 10% too rich, I'm glad, because it should be like 55, somewhere in that range. You know, mid to high 50s at idle is typically where these engines will run, so we'll get her in there. Now, I'm getting some oscillation there, and it isn't from the load cells, because you can see here 59, 60, 65. Those aren't big enough jumps to cause oscillation, so that means I got a little too much gain on the O2 sensor in closed loop. So we go closed loop lambda, we'll do the gain control, and yeah, there's a butt whack of gain on this thing. This is a lot of gain. Let's go 5. And this here honestly should be like 25. We'll do that, and we'll do a nice little horizontal ease on it. And that should stabilize us a little bit. That gain is, again, right, we do a lot of multipliers, right? So the error and then is up here, and then this gain is basically the error times a value to create a feedback. So I don't know if the link values have a published meaning. They just say it's the gain. I don't know if it's, you know, 0.1% per second times this or what it is. They don't really tell us that. They just tell us, here's your gain. So anyways, we're here. We got this, now we're within 6% at idle. That's a decent spot to be in right now. And I expect that. And you know, I said it should be around 55, and we're still not down there yet. So we'll go a few more percent and see if that gets us around that 55 mark that these things typically idle at with stock cams. Yeah, looking pretty close right there. Okay, so let's check that boost again. But before I do that, let me go to the stream and see if anyone's here. Nobody's here. All right. Stop recording, start that. No, none of that's happening. All right. Where did? Oh well, can't check it. All right, let's do it again. So the question is, will the boost be wavier or less wavy? Alright, so it did a lot like I said it would probably be too wavy, but what you'll see is that overshoot's gone, right? The derivative was high enough that the overshoot went away, okay? But then small changes in boost, oh, that's all integral there, look at that. Really? I didn't think the integral was that sensitive, but that's only 1% or so. I don't like that. So our wastegate duty is flat, right? Look how flat it is. But our boost is not. So that tells us we look somewhere else. is our cam timing flipping out? Let's go find out. Let's go with cam timing. Cam timing is not flipping out. Interesting. 47, 38. Oh, weird. Huh. We got a little wiggle on the cam timing, but a degree or two is expected. That shouldn't do anything to the engine, but it is a little wiggly right there. A little bit. A couple degrees back and forth. Now this one is on the default PID, so that's important to look at and see where it's at. We have a filter of 2. That's fine. Our frequency is 200. That's fine. We can actually raise that a little bit because these running anywhere from 2 to 300. So we can raise that to 240, and that'll make it have less authority. And oh, I got different filters between 1 and 2. So let's do the same filter between the 2 of those. Let's save that. Interesting. So why is the boost fluctuating so much? That is the big question. If our wastegate duty cycle is basically steady, I mean that's as steady as you get. It's within 1% through the whole pole. So really that derivative was great. It knocked it right off. Maybe a smidge too much because it pulled a smidge off the total. But even then, like, it's really good. But something is making it wavy, and that something is not the boost control system. And that something doesn't seem to be the cam control system. So that looks pretty good. Let's see, how much, I know I had some pulled timing before from that over spike earlier. And I know that I got the threshold really close to the, yeah, okay, so we're really close in there. So it could be these timing poles right here, that's possible. I don't think these are very good settings. I think I have them too tight and too close. But I should look some more real quick. So our lambda is richer than target everywhere except right here. Right there. Right there is the only spot where it's leaner than target. Okay, that's no big deal. So richer than target, and it's pretty rich. It's not even like a little rich, it's pretty rich. And you see the timing here, 9 degrees, right? 8, 9. So the timing issue could cause the boost issue because we're misfiring a bit. And that old, yeah, those knock settings just aren't working. Something's making too much noise because there's no way this thing is knocking at 10 point something to 1 AFRs with 9 degrees of timing on it, right? Like that's not happening. So I hate it when it does that. I don't want that to happen. So we're at 13, 50. So my threshold is just too damn close, what it boils down to. But even then, like that's noise from cylinder 1 according to this. But what is it? Is that knock? Like that just doesn't seem physically possible to have knock at 11 degrees of timing at 6,300 RPM with a 7.5 lambda. Like what planet does that happen on? I just don't see it. Yeah, we're at 21 pounds of boost. No, we're at 17 pounds of boost. Yeah, so we're not even close to anything that we should be concerned about. I wonder if his knock sensors are loose. Some of these cars, man, the knock sensors are loose. They don't get installed the right way. piston slap or whatever, but it doesn't sound like piston slap, to be honest with you. I don't hear any piston slap. This thing is pretty quiet. Sounds good. Let's do this. Install the motor real quick. Turn this off for a pull and just see if that stabilizes the boost control. See if that's why the boost is wavy. And then I'll just dump some ethanol in it, knowing that now that I know I got the fuel mat pretty close. And then with the ethanol, I'll know there's no chance in hell it'll not. And I'll do engine noise analysis with ethanol in it and get that threshold set correctly. Yeah, there's still some waviness there, and there's basically almost no action from the wastegate. Huh. Something's fucked up. That's for sure. Man, I sure get all the shit cars, don't I? It's always a problem. Always a fucking problem. So we're at 28 hertz on our frequency. The valve could be old. I mean, it's definitely an old boost control solenoid. Let me lower this frequency down. The older ones don't like to pulse so fast, and this gives me a little more authority, a little more time in there. Yeah, man, that looks really good. That derivative stops that boost spike like beautifully. Look at that. It's almost a tabletop right there. I could probably do a tiny bit more, but it's good. It's really, I don't like how laggy it is though. That part's kind of weird. It seems laggy. I think it's a DOM 1.5 if I recall correctly. So I mean, it's a 1.5 and they're laggy by nature. So the boost at 4,000, so I could leave this actually in a little longer right here. Add some more timing right there. And just let that stay up a little longer. Slow the drop of that a smidge. That's not hurting the boost any though. And the cams look great. Tracking very well. I think it's tracking really well and looks really good, just the boost does not. And that's concerning. You know, that's a potential problem. Let's see, how's the throttle? Maybe the throttle's wiggling. No, throttle's not wiggling either. Well, I hear an external wastegate. I don't know if they welded the internal wastegate or if it's got a bracket or not. I should take a peek at that. But if that's popping open with higher exhaust pressure, that could definitely cause what we're seeing here. See, our idle trims came in. I expected. Let's see what long term is at. Oh, I see it right there. Right there. -1/2. Short term. Okay, so we're good there. Feeling a little bit of a roughness to the idle right now. An occasional misfire. I smell some smoke. I feel bad for the owner of this car. He got screwed on it from a guy who told him it was like a built motor making 700 horsepower and all this, just freaking lied to him. It had a stock, super old, super tired engine in it. It had a stock turbo on it. Maybe it was a Dom 1.5 or something like that, but you know, never could make 700 horsepower on that. It had stock injectors in it, I think. It was like, he just totally got lied to about everything. So I feel bad for the guy because he had a nice car before that he traded and sold or whatever to get this one, and he just got raped on it. And it's been nothing but problems for the guy, so that sucks. Like, it's not even the guy's fault that the car's got issues. Hey guys, sorry I didn't see the comments. I was deep in thought here. Just kind of stuff in my car audio shop. What's that? Stream or tune? Because you could definitely stream if you wanted to like teach people how to do it. That'd be really nice. Mark, hey Mark, thank you for the donation there. 100% more dyno screen got me. Yeah, I just on the last stream I figured out I should have done this forever ago, but I didn't because I'm dumb. So. I should have. And really, even though it's on my laptop, I'm not using it for any reason other than so you guys can see it. There we go. There's that last pole. You see how the pole looks a lot nicer than the previous one. Again, the timing I think is stupid retarded. So let's go back to the timing. 9, yeah. So 9 degrees and 12 degrees. That is not much timing. And we're at 221, 210 kPa. That's not very much boost at all. And if we look at our, yeah, so 222 is the target. So we're doing pretty good. And that's just 1.2 basically times 14.7 will get you that in PSI. So, because this is absolute, right, 2.2. You can do the MGP, the gauge pressure, and here in this spot right here is 131. Oh, I guess I should specify that. We're at altitude here, not high altitude, but 2200, and the pressure here is like 13.4 instead of 14.7. So if you look at the gauge and you compare it to here, you're gonna be like, wait a second. He said we're only at 17 pounds of boost, and you know, or at 2.2 times 40.7. That gets us our map pressure, but our atmospheric pressure is down 1.5 pounds, so it gets us a larger boost pressure. So, I hope I didn't say that too convoluted. I probably did. But again, thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. Tune. I just got my STI off the dyno a few days ago. Oh yeah? Where at? Where you at? Who tuned it? And don't worry, you won't hurt my feelings. Alright, well, I'm going to throw some timing at it and just see what happens. Like, we can see that the boost is waving a little bit, but the timing's really, really low. Really, really low. So what I'm going to do is add a couple degrees of timing to it, because I also know the fuel is safe. We can see how rich it is. And I'm just going to do it globally, basically, right here. That's 1 degree. And here it's another degree. So 2 degrees right there. I'm just going to see how if the boost clears up and how much power goes up, right? That'll give us an idea where we are. If we were doing a spark hook test, for example, we would add timing to see how much torque it makes, and we would add timing until it stopped making torque, and then we know that's where MBT is. Max brake torque timing. That means the engine makes the most amount of torque at that timing. And above that timing, you lose torque. That's why it's called a spark hook test, because it's shaped like a hook, because you get torque comes up and then torque will fade away. That's in the absence of knock. Knock, however, in a Subaru happens before you ever get to MBT. So we're guaranteed to knock before MBT. Well, that's a smoke show. Something let go. Not in the engine per se. Something in the oil system let go. Because there is fucking smoke everywhere. I should probably check to see if we're on fire. It just dumped a ton of smoke out of the engine. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's oil everywhere. Hey! There's oil everywhere. There's oil pouring out of the side of the engine. Passenger side. Looks like oil drain blew off or something. That's what it looks like. Flashlight? It says link car. Speed density. There's fucking oil everywhere. Turbo feed line maybe? Yeah, it might be turbo feed. Looks like turbo feed might have blew off or something.
Well, that stops this guy's shit for the day.
Yeah. Turn that fan back on so I can blow the smoke away so I can see. There's oil everywhere. The other one. Thank you. Yeah, it looks like the oil feed, I think. Judging by where it's coming from and the quantity of oil. And the fact that it's loose or broken. Yeah, it's oil feed line. I can't tell if it broke or what, but it's wobbling around at the head. But not the banjo at the head, where the line connects to the banjo. So either they got the banjo loose or it broke at the banjo. I mean, not the banjo, where they got the end that goes into the banjo is loose or broke. Right, so if you look at right here, this line right here, look straight down. See how that ain't supposed to move like that. So.
That would be it.
Yep. That's a lot of Earl. All right. Put it on. Oh, these are D25s too. What a bummer. This thing's got really high compression then. It's got a 750 block made for an STI with D25 heads under it. So the compression is going to be high. What a not good setup. What a far from ideal setup. Let's see. I just got myself in my right top. I don't know, I just shot a mechanic and he's right next to me. in an engine cam for when things like that happen. I just got the dyno working. I just got a dyno screen added to here. Let's see, let's look at this. So 10 degrees and 13 degrees, so not many degrees of timing. So hardly any timing on here, as you can see. They're D25 heads, so they're gonna need a bit or a lot less timing than a B or a V or a W25 head. And this timing curve here, this is pretty close to what you'd expect on like full boost kind of thing on pump gas. So this is still pretty conservative by these standards. However, what you'll notice though is that it didn't add any power up top. It didn't add any power at the very top end here. It definitely added a bunch in the mid-range, right? It added a bunch in the mid-range here. Look at that, big, huge difference. But it didn't add shit up top, so it doesn't seem like it wants it up top. And that's weird. That's weird for, one, a Subaru, when it's only at 15 degrees at 6,700, like 6,815 degrees. That is very low timing for a Subaru, so I don't know. I don't know what's going on with this one. Could just be really high compression. Could be just bad stuff, you know. Like I said, it wasn't in the best of shape. And it's laggy. Man, I kind of want to test the cam timing again, which I can't do obviously with the turbo feed broken and spewing oil everywhere. So I can't do that. Oh shit nuggets. Well, at least you got to see the boost control system work correctly with the changes that I made. You can see how that boost comes up in basically the freaking tabletop at this point. So the derivative doing this job, knock down the duty cycle right before it gets to the target, and all that stuff happening. So you get to see that. And you get to see a little more dyno screen. But that's it. This car's got to come off and get fixed. And then I got 2 more cars to tune today. One of them is a new STI, newish STI, like a 19. It's going to have a bigger turbine housing on it, a few things like that. And the other one is a Bug-Eye wagon in the Sonic Yellow with, what does that WRX have? Is that a JDM motor or is that a regular motor in the yellow one that I'm doing later on today?
I honestly know nothing about that one.
Okay. I don't know where my phone went, so I can't look at my schedule on it. I seem to have misplaced my phone. Oh, wait. What's this? No, that's the sequence. Oh, I got this magic thing on my watch. I can hit a button. Oh, look at that. There it is.
Everything's unhooked besides the computer.
Thank you. JDM AVCS 205. Sweet. So that one is open source because it's JDM ECU. It's not a link. So I can stream that one if you guys want to see a 205, see what it does on these dynos. And then before that is a 19 STI. I don't know if it's done or ready for me or not yet. I may do the other car first, so let's see what cars are ready, and then I'll figure out which one I'm going to tune first. And then I will. Should I just leave the stream running or should I stop the stream? Let's see. Great. 1% more down the screen is a big gain. That's right. Is closed loop lambda working well? I mean, speed, catch the target, etc. Yes, closed loop lambda works great. The closed loop lambda works great if you set it up right. Like you have to actually get in there and make it work. But if you look at this log, here's our target and here's our actual. So in this case, we're rich by a little bit, and closed loop lambda is pulling 7%. I only allowed it to pull like 10%. So it doesn't. I don't allow it to pull more than that in case there's an issue. I don't want it to make the engine lean. Maybe it's 8%. Actually, no, I think it's 10%. So how well it works depends on how you set the gains up and all of that. But you can see it's really close. Here, right here, it's 2.4% off, 1% off, 1% off, or less than 1%, less than 1%, less than 1%. So like it's close, within a percent or so. And in the normal stuff, it's definitely great, you know. So it works good in and out of the boost, but you got to use the right sensor. You got to use the Link CAN Lambda. Okay, a lot of guys run like the AEM CAN one or all that. There's no fucking point in running all those because the Link one does more than just report air fuel. It reports heater current and the status of the sensor, whether it's got open or closed elements, it's heating up, it's too hot, it's overheated, it's, you know, whatever's going on, it reports that to the Link, and the Link will use that appropriately. Use someone else's O2 sensor, it doesn't do that. It just says, I think you're telling me the air fuel, like, that's it. So you gotta use the Link CAN Lambda with it. You gotta have it post-turbo, because you put it pre-turbo, your air fuels are gonna be way off. So it's gotta be post-turbo, and yeah. It works good. Like I said, you gotta set the gains correctly. You gotta set the system up right so that it works. But you can see it's within 1 to 2% most of the pole there. Obviously, I've done some work on the fuel map, but it's 7% off right there, 7.5%. So I have 7% too much fuel in the fuel map on this guy right here, in this whole section actually. So I need to pull 7% out of there. But I won't. I'll probably pull 5% and leave it a couple percent rich. I like to always leave just a couple percent rich, so that the O2 sensor doesn't work for some reason. Then we're on the rich side, we're safe. And I always like to have this, just have to force it to pull a tiny bit of fuel, not a lot, so that I know that I'm always, you know, on that side of the curve, especially on these Subarus, they're so sensitive. So, dwell's a little low. I probably add a little bit of dwell to it. It might appreciate that. It's more than factory dwell, but I had dwell the factory ones too. So. Sorry, the neighbor's texting me. I think he wants to bring me some landscaping rock. Let me see, what's the comments? Does all that oil get into the dyno and take a lot of cleanup? Yeah. Yeah, it does. Unfortunately. Could I increase the microphone gain? Yeah, I can. That's here. This one here. I got 4 dB of gain on this bitch already. Maybe this guy's turned down. Let me see if this is turned down. I had a hell of a time getting the microphone to even work today. I don't know. This is my other laptop, and it was just being super stubborn. Let's see. I don't know if it's... I don't know. I hit the plus button. I don't know what's going on. And honestly, my voice is a little tired. I've been sick the last couple weeks, honestly. I'm not sure why. I've been so sick for the last few weeks, but I've been having a hard time. What's this button do? Try this. Alright, I have doubled the gain on this thing. Is that better or not? I don't know. I've cranked it up a lot. I keep hitting the button. I don't feel like it's going up much, honestly. I'm at like 20 dB gain now. 20 dB, I mean, that's maybe a little better. All the oil, yeah. So the oil does get into the dyno. It, luckily because the load cell is over on the side, it just gets into the rollers. and the bearings, but the bearings like oil, so that's not a big deal. But it puddles up under it, and it's hard to get under the dyno to clean, especially when they hardly clean the dyno room at all anyways, so then it just becomes really nasty, dirty, sludgy stuff on the bottom of the floor. Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. That light's pretty bright. Alright. Let's see. Oh, good. The weather station crashed again. I love it when it does that. Thing's always crashing. One of the downsides of this dyno. $85. It's fucking 90 right now. Let's see. It's at least 90 in this freaking dyno cell. Yeah, so it's 90 outside right now. Humidity's lower than that though. So right now it's 90. Humidity was 45, I think is what I just saw. I'll double check in a second. And that's their, yeah, that's our pressure. 27.7-ish. Usually it's around 27.4, 27.3, something like that. Okay. All right. Well, let's see what the my next car is. I'm gonna find out. Oh, I need to get. So OBS used to have a plugin where you could hook your phone up to it and it would stream your phone, but now it's being silly. They like deleted them all for some reason, or maybe they added. I don't know what the real issue is, but like you can't stream anything. It's a freaking annoying. Hold on a second. Hello, Donnie speaking. Okay. Yep, doing it right now. I'm sorry? Well, what is it? And when do you get done to it? No, what's done to the car? What have you done?
Done to the car, but it does have an AP now, and that I was told to get it tuned if I had one of those.
Yeah, is the newer turbo larger than the factory one?
Yes, it's off of a 2015 STI.
Do you have fuel injectors also off of the 2015 STI?
No.
Then you will not be able to utilize that turbo. You will run lean and smoke the engine.
Awesome. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. The injectors on an 05 WRX are 420 to 440 cc's based on exactly what year and that kind of thing. And the factory turbo and those injectors max out around the same time. You put a bigger turbo on it, and then you way exceed the fuel system's capability. And then so you need at least a 555 or 550 like an STI injector, or a 565 pink injector from a Japanese WRX. That's the first step. And then I don't know what cold air intake it is, but that matters. So do you know what brand it is?
I want to say it's Cobb. Yeah.
Okay. Cobb's a good intake. That's fine. Now, where do you live?
I'm in the Tacoma area. I'm JBLM.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Right on. So what is that? That's Army?
Yeah.
Right on. I was Navy 12 years. Now, do you know where I'm at?
No, so I got told by this place called Stacked Performance. They told me to go to you guys for my car.
I mean, that's solid advice, but we're also 5 hours from you.
I mean, that's not. I don't mind making a drive. I'm not gonna lie.
All right, cool. Just want to make sure I put that out there.
That's fine.
Yeah, so something like that. Obviously, you need to get the injectors. You're gonna need a base map for the injectors so that you can drive it, and all of that, which I can supply you with. And then you got to get the car here so that we can do the rest of the tuning. The tune's 900 for that car. That's done on the dyno. And yeah, I guess that's really it.
Okay.
What clutch is in
September. Sorry.
What clutch is in it?
It's just a 5-speed. It's like a stock 5-speed from a WRX.
And it's got the stock Subaru clutch in it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That should hold up as long as it's not too worn out. It should hold up to the higher power of the larger turbo and all that.
The owner, the guy that I bought it off of, said he had the engine and transmission rebuilt when he put the turbo on it, and he said that was less than 50K ago. So
interesting.
Yeah.
I mean,
he didn't have proof for it though, so I'm not 100% on that.
Okay. Yeah, it'd be weird for it to last that long with no fuel. So that makes you wonder, like, what's going on?
I mean, the car runs perfectly fine. I have zero issues with it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah.
Weird. Do you know which boost is running?
So the gauge and the AP both say something different. The access port will say, I want to say it goes up to like 10 or 11, but the actual gauge will only go up to 9.
Okay. Well, that's good. That's good, because 10 or 11 is probably really close to max the injectors out. What you could do is, on the access port, bring up your injector duty cycle and see how high it's getting. It's probably pretty freaking high. So that's one thing you could do just to make sure you're not maxing the fuel system out in the meantime.
Okay.
And then, yeah, that's really it. What time frame are you looking at?
So September's busy for me.
Same.
October is, I'm going into class all September, and I'm not getting off work until like 5 or 6 o'clock every night. October is going to be free for me though, so probably around that time frame.
Okay. Yep. I have lots of availabilities in October. September is pretty much booked solid anyway, so.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. But I have some availabilities in October.
Well, I'll write your number down. Well, I don't have to write it down. I'll just take a screenshot of it. But yeah, I'll keep your information and I'll try and get back to you like towards the end of class, and I'll try and get some times set up.
Okay.
All right, cool. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, man. Have a good day.
Yep. Thank you for your service.
Yeah. Thank you. At some point, I need to connect with you and get another signature from you on this US passenger. Oh, okay. My send order's on its way. Oh, good. I wish my freaking 3D printed shit was on its way. I ordered some shit forever ago, and it's supposed to be like done in here already, and it is not. So I'm probably just gonna fucking tell these guys to refund. What's today? Today is the 5th. It's supposed to be here by tomorrow. Sorry, I thought today was the 6th. Okay, cool. All right, let me find what card I gotta do. September to October is Libra gang season. Well, yeah, my birthday's September 28th. I am also a Libra. So September 28th is my birthday. Man, I'm tired. I told the wife, I was like, I either got COVID again or mono. So I've just been beat, drained, headachy, and I get like hot flashes. I'm just ready to go to sleep. 2 days ago, I spent the whole day on the couch sleeping. So, and apparently the cat was walking over me, and I didn't know. I must have been really out. But I got a camera in there because the cat used to pick on the other cat, so I had a camera in there so I could see the cat to make sure she wasn't doing that. But the other cat passed away recently, so I just never moved the camera. But I could see the cat walking on me.
Do you want anything from Legends?
No, thank you.
Just want to check.
I do want to know what car is ready for me.
The newer one, the VA.
He is ready?
Yeah.
Okay, he's done.
Just finishing up the intake right now, but that'll take 2 seconds.
And then the yellow one, he has to do the intake air temp on still, right?
Yes, he has to do the IFE relocate.
Okay. Now, how do we want to get this thing off of here?
Just drive it, unfortunately.
It's gonna spew a lot of oil everywhere.
I don't have another better idea, unfortunately.
Okay.
The only other idea I'd have is like we can try to hook a truck to it and tow it off.
Yeah, I guess I could run it long enough to rev it up and shoot it off the rollers.
Yeah.
You know.
Just keep it.
I mean, I can get it off the rollers if we extend it some more. I can hold the brake, and then you close it, and it'll push the front end off. So, yeah, just keep extending it. And I'll set the e-brake really tight, and then we can push it off that way. All right. That's good. All right. Yep. Give me 1 second. Let me take the power cord off my laptop so I don't go yanking my laptop out of the car through the side of the door. Okay. Let's see what's got. Honda Talon boost funds. Fuck yeah. That last part I'm waiting for is for the Talon. It's actually the mount for my intake plenum that I made for it. So I saw that hand shaking. So thank you very much again. That's 2 today. That's $20. Man, am I out?
Yeah, take the e-brake off.
Well, I'm holding the foot brake too, so.
What?
I was holding the foot brake too.
Yes, take off the top.
Okay. Hold on a second. I don't have the key in it. What are you trying to do?
I had you stopped on the roller, so I wanted the brakes to pop, and I was going to use that momentum to get you there.
Oh, I see.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, I think she's ready. Where do you want me to take it? I guess I just gotta go out to the dirt right there.
Yep.
I'll just put it where I found it.
There you go.
Ugh. I might lose internet while I go out here. Oh fuck, those brakes are hard. Something about no vacuum. You know what sucks? Sucks when you learn that someone you thought was a friend is fucking you. That's the worst. Somebody I thought was a friend was lying to me. Oh! Let's see if I lost my connection or not. I was hammered. Oh fuck, there's oil everywhere. Oh boy, I'll show you guys this oil there. If I'm still connected to the internet. Not frames, looks good. Yeah, it's a bolt-in cage. Yeah. Yeah, it sure is. Alright, let's see. Let's blow it. Excuse me, let's blow my picture up a little bit. And see if I can show you some oil. I don't know if you can see it or not, but yeah, there's a lot of oil on there. It's glistening, shiny, puddly. Oh my God, there's so much down there. Jesus Christ. I don't know if you can see it or not. Down on the floor. This guy's gonna need help with his dyno cleanup fund. That sucks, because that's so hard to get to under there. So anyways, check this shit out. It's a recent development. I'm tuning cars for people, obviously, and I want them to run great, right? That's why I do it, and you know, I'm proud of my work. I'm proud of what I do, and I want to stay proud of it. I want to show that I'm proud of it, you know. And so I ask frequently, like, hey man, that car that I did last week, how's it doing? And so someone I thought was a friend was telling me, oh, it runs great, the customer's super happy. Sweet, nice. And then somebody would go like, And one of the other guys would be, hey, Dom, that other car had a weird thing. Did you ever address it? I'm like, what weird thing? I was told it runs great. I was like, no, it's got this weird thing. I was like, okay. So it happened a couple times, and I didn't think nothing of it. Just, things get lost. Communication's always a problem in a shop anyways. Man, I'm getting bold. Communication's a problem in a shop anyways, and all that. And didn't think anything of it. And then I get an email from a guy saying, hey, when are you going to fix my car? And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he's like, this is messed up. I was like, I have received no word about that. He's like, yeah, I've told Tier 1, I sent them videos and pictures of this thing. And I was like, I never received any of that. In fact, I asked about your car specifically a couple days ago and was told that everything was good. So I find out that he's been telling the people here, this former employee, that I'm a sociopath or a psychopath or something, and that, I don't know, he's just been talking shit about me, and then he's been telling me these cars run good, and when he gets complaints, not telling me about it, and then telling the boss here, you need to send me to tuning school, we got to get rid of Dominic. So he's been sandbagging me and trying to get sent to tuning school as if, going to tuning school over a couple weeks is going to give him 30 years worth of fucking experience, and ability and all that shit. Yeah. What the fuck is that, right? So, I've been contacting some of the customers to make sure everything's good. Now, that guy, when he told me what was going on, I was like, what are you doing right now? It's like, I was like, dude, meet me at fucking Ace Hardware, like down the street from my house. Like, so I got in there, and his was just, his was when he got into a high gear, it would overboost a little bit. And I had the boost cut set too close to the boost target. And so it would go blip, blip. And so he would be in it and go burp, burp, and would occasionally drop on him. He couldn't get it to happen when I was in there, but I was able to see that those thresholds were really close. And so and since everything else was spot on, fuel timing, and everything else was spot on, cam timing was working, and everything else, that was what I assumed it was. So we drove around, I did some small tweaks to it, and it runs great, and he's super happy with it, right? It was just, I had it a smidge too safe on the overboost cut to the target, and that was it. And that could have been something else, that not only could it have been like a bigger problem or something, but it could have turned into, fuck Dominic, fuck Tier 1, my car's messed up, they never do anything, they never want to fix it. And the guy was intentionally hurting me and the shop for his own personal gain, or for what he perceived was going to be his own personal gain. And it's not like people would have gone flocking to him to have him tune their car. Oh, who are you? Some guy I never heard of who just learned to tune 2 weeks ago? Yeah, you should do my car over, Dominic. That makes sense. So the only way he could ever do that would be to completely tarnish my reputation and spread shit and not give me these reports that I needed. So that sucked. That was all very recently. Just figured that out within a couple weeks. So it's a bummer. There's a lot of people that are just in it for themselves, really, and that was one of those things. When someone gets you fooled, it's a bummer. But yeah, so that's some of the recent things that have happened in my life. But I like the people that I'm surrounded by for the most part. So I like the tune. I'm gonna keep doing it. I like to make parts. I'm gonna keep doing it. I like the side-by-side and shock stuff. I'm gonna keep doing that, and I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing. So even with the people that, oh, you're a snake oil salesman, you're a liar, you're, whatever crap the internet likes to spread or say about your products or your tuning, my products or my tuning or whatever, it's not going to stop me. I'm going to keep going. And I'm going to keep having fun, because it is fun. Don't make a lot of money. it's hard to fund a bunch of production runs on parts that don't sell very well. But you know what? I like doing it, and I'm gonna keep doing it. So, yeah. So now the next car is gonna be a 19 STI. It's got a Mamba turbo housing on it, and I don't think I can stream my screen on that because that's going to be a different laptop. That's going to be the, because that's Cobb, that's a different laptop than this one. So we'll see about that. I can, I don't know, I guess I can show the dyno screen and results and review logs with you. Explain what's going on with it, maybe something like that, if that works. I will try that. We'll see. Anyways, let me get that out of the car. You ready for me? Nope, that's not ready yet.
Having a fucking hell of a time.
Oh, it's the red line.
Yep, which takes a lot more to install.
But when they're in, they're nice.
They are really nice.
A lot nicer than the regular ones.
They're significantly nicer, but they do take just a bit more time.
Poop.
It's mainly getting the little studs for the thing on the front.
Right.
Jamie, where's this car?
What about it?
You want to put it on the dyno, see if it misfires, or take it down the road and see if it misfires?
I mean, I guess I could put in the dyno. I mean, I got 2 cars supposed to tune today, though.
Yeah.
And what's today? Thursday?
Today's Thursday.
Yeah, and tomorrow I got in-laws coming in, so I don't have, and I gotta do my allergy shots too. So I won't be able to do stuff tomorrow. Yeah, I guess I could do it. You know, whatever. Are the keys in it?
Yeah, but the starter's not like this guy.
So you just gotta turn the key on, pop it, and then start it.
It's alright. It's already popped. I don't know. I didn't fucking throw anything. Run myself over with it. Yeah, it looks like it's.
It's not about that. I was like, I don't want to touch that. And
Is it positive or negative?
positive.
Huh. Alright, well, you guys are in for a treat. You get a special car. Is this thing still running? I don't know. Alright, this is a Link car as well. This one's a decent build, too. This one's nice. I started doing this one the other day, but we're having issues with misfiring. This one is a built 05 STI. Garrett G30 770 cams. It's a 2.3, so the 2.3 liter, which is a D-stroke 2.5. anybody in here? Give me a thumbs up or a hey or something if this is even streaming anymore. Oh, okay. There we go. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate it. I almost canceled it out. I was like, well, if it ain't working, fuck it. All right. So this one, again, 2.3 liter. 2.3 liter Link cams, G3770. A really good setup. Should rip. My phone out here? I think I left it in dude's car. I'd forget my brain if it wasn't stuck inside my skull. Sure. Hey, Spencer's here. Hey, Spencer. I got a question I need to ask you. Would you be willing to meet somebody for me and pick up $4,000 in cash? I know it's a weird request, but I'm selling my season tickets. I'm trying to figure out how to get the money. And I figured that, you know, if somebody with your what's the word I'm looking for? Reputation, or no, not reputation. Oh my god, my laptop thing is covered in oil. My power supply was down by the tire and it spewed oil all over it. Sweet. Yes, it is legal. I mean, I assume it was legal. It's just a guy who wants to buy my season tickets. And honestly, I don't want to do those pay apps and shit because there's always some scammer, you know, trying to get money out of you, trying to steal your shit, using someone's stolen credit card via Venmo. Then I give them the tickets, and then all of a sudden, Venmo's, oh, this is a fraudulent thing, and then they take the fucking money back, and I'm out money and tickets. So I just told people now, nope, just give me cash. And one guy that I suspected was a scammer, I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna cash only, and I'll have my buddy pick it up. He's a cop. All of a sudden he stopped talking to me. I don't know. But I don't want to put you out with anything too. I don't want to inconvenience you with anything. So like, I want it to be as just easy and convenient. And then when I come out next time or whatever, I'll just get it from you. Hate strapping cars down because then I get dirty and I'm in people's cars and I'm dirty and I've got to wash it 100 times and everything. It's really a big pain in the ass. I need a dyno minion to do this shit. Yeah, of course. I don't expect all that stuff happening on the internet live on a stream. Ugh. And I want to just make it as convenient as possible. I don't want you to have to do anything weird or do some traveling or anything like that. 'Cause it's not your obligation. It's not fair to you at all. Hey, do me this huge favor so I can get paid. I mean, I can give you some of it, but you know, you and I aren't largely motivated by money, so it's not gonna be like, oh yeah, man, I need that $200 commission. I'll definitely go and do that. Like, I mean, we've both fucking sneezed $200 or something before without even thinking about it. So I get it. Although that was a different time for me. Now I'm like, fuck, I need $200. This economy is it's having an effect, for sure. I put my BMW up for sale today. I don't know if anyone's gonna want it, but I put it up. I mean, I'm sure plenty of people are gonna want it. It's an awesome fucking car. I just don't think they're gonna want to pay for it. That thing's really sweet though. I'm sure people are LOLing at my for sale thing. I'm sure I log into Facebook, I'll get a bunch of guys laughing at me. Modified cars aren't worth more money. I know that it's not worth more. But I'm gonna wash my hands. Oh, my watch is yelling at me. I'll make sure it's getting wet. Yes. Yes, I do. Not in stock at the moment, but they're being made right now. So they are available for pre-order. Kelford's making them right now. But then after Kelford makes them, I got to give them to my machinist, and he's got to do the machine work to them, and then got to weld them, and then got to do the lobe treatment. So they're not just weeks away, you know what I'm saying? Ugh. I have various sets of cams. I have my version 1, version 2s, and version 3s. Piecemeal, you know, sets of cams in a locker. So I can probably put together a set of something that would work really good for what you want. So just let me know what it is that you're looking for, and in a PM in either Discord or an email. Email's the best, but shoot me a message and I'll go through what I have, and we'll see if any of those work for what you want. All right, another link. That's good. So my titles need to change. Just this isn't a 06 anymore. Now it's an 05 STI. So we've got 6-speed action. We've got 2.3 liter, much larger turbo, bigger injectors, etc., etc., flex fuel, and all of that. So let me get back into my AnyDesk session, and I can show you the dynagraphs and stuff. Alright, so this car was misfiring and boost really bad, and we went through everything. We went through the plugs, went through the coils, and what we think we figured it out or isolated it down to was bad ground. And honestly, it's got a few bad wires in this harness on this thing for sure. We've noticed a few things. One of them is what I'm about to do right now, get out so I can start it. So the starter wire from the key is messed up. It's so well, that's what the guy said. The guy said it's messed up. I think it's probably the key switch is corroded, but it's getting low voltage to the solenoid, so it's not engaging the solenoid fully. But if I go directly to the battery, it engages. So I think it's probably the key switch here, or a terminal relay in between the two of them at some point, and that's what's causing the crappy starting. Because if you turn the key, it often just goes pick and doesn't do anything. All right, so now we are on a different ECU, different car, 68C for temp. So she's warming up. This car's pretty cool. It's got some light body damage in some areas, some hail, a couple of rubs at the track, that kind of stuff. The owner of this car, he drives it, but he's got a lot of nice stuff in it too, so it's not a POS or anything. And then with the 2.3 and the cams and the turbo setup and all of that, it's gonna be a ripper. It's gonna be a ripper. We just need it to work right. It's not misfire. Okay, so while she's doing this, let's set the dyno speed, the tach, while it's warming up. No, I'm going to leave that on there. We're going to see what this thing does on pump versus the DOM 1.5 on a 2.5 liter, just out of curiosity. We go to fuel tune here on the page, look where we're at. We've got a big negative correction right now. That's interesting. How high is the negative correction? That's a little high. Oh yeah, that's a lot high. That's high, but it makes me wonder if my cams are in the right place. I seem to be tracking. Not any enrichments, no cranking enrichment, before enrichment, and post enrichment. So you see all zeros there. interesting though. There is a spot right here in warm up. Why is that? I don't have nothing to do with that. I don't know why this is here. You know, I hear a noise, but it sounds thump, 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 thump. There might be a flat spot on the tire. Thump, 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 thump. Yeah, it's probably a flat spot on the tire. All right, let's do one. Yeah, that's what I wanted you to see. So there's a 2.3 liter with cams, a rotated turbo kit, and all of that. Making way more fucking power than that 06 WRX with a 2.5 liter and a Dom 1.5. I mean, look at that. There's just more everywhere. Literally everywhere. And that is why I always go rotated turbo. That's why no stock location turbo is good, in my opinion. Now, it's rich as shit up top. Look at this. It is so rich. I got so much work to do there. It's the lean right here. Yeah, the lean right there, actually. A lot going right there. That's interesting, but super rich right here. Obviously, it's more boost than it was before, but not much more, because before we were at 1.3. This is 1.4, 1.5, so a little bit more boost. But, I mean, look at the dyno graph, right? I mean, it's more everywhere. Look at that. There's more torque, there's more power, there's everything. And this is a 2.3. Look at that difference. That's why I don't run stock location turbos anymore. It's a fucking waste. It's a waste of time. It's a complete waste of time to run a stock location turbo. And like I said, that's without finishing the tune on it. And that's only 17 degrees of timing at 7,000 RPM. So like hardly any timing. 1.6 bar of boost for a second there. How'd the cams do? Cams did great. It was hot as fucking thing. Whew. I haven't added the boost I want to add to it yet. What's my duty cycle? Oh, it goes up, way up, all the way to 28%. That was sarcasm. That's not very high up at all. So you can see here the turbo's not even trying. Yeah. I need to fix that for sure right there. That definitely needs to get fixed. Oh, fuel pressure is dropping at the end there too. How much? It dropped a couple PSI. Fuel pressure did not hang on. Oh, that's a concern. Now, it's really rich. It's 5%. It's 5% rich up top. So that's not a big deal. I can yank 5% out of it. I don't think that 5% is going to give me more fuel pressure. But that is... What a freaking difference. Add more boost and way more timing. Now wait for the real noise. Yeah. You can add lots of boost and timing, but we just built this motor, so we don't want to do that. Oh, that's my throttle. Okay, so what boost is this? So there's just a couple pounds of boost right there. Where's my cam timing right there in this lean spot? 40. Okay, so I added cam timing to that spot earlier. You weren't here for that, but earlier. So yeah, right there. She definitely wants more fuel. About 5% across the board up top. A little too zealous there. I'll do this a bit. Do that. Do that. There we go. I should get her there. It's on 20% ethanol. So it's not quite pump gas, only 20% ethanol. Imagine when I put 80 in it. Injector duty was 68%. And the fuel pressure was dropping. That is a bummer. Check my fuel pump control real quick. So we'll go to where's it at? Auxiliary outs, fuel pump control. Looks like over 40% and over 3,500. Let's go into high speed. So it should have been high speed a long time before that. So that means that is definitely not enough fuel pump. Oh yeah, it's a factory hanger. That's not gonna work. It's got a big fuel pump in it, but the factory hanger is so restrictive that there's no way that would work. Shit. It's not one car, it's another, right? Alright, so I'm going to do the pole. Now that I've added fuel here. Oh, I'm supposed to pull fuel here. I'm a dumbass. I added 5% and I knew I needed to pull 5%. Jackass. Let me go back to that spot. Let's see, what was it before? Where'd it go? There. It was 95% and 93 on the ethanol map. And I just made it 105. So it's gonna be really freaking rich now. Let me fix that. That was stupid. just going to go back and do what I did earlier. And grab this fuel map. Huh. Something's not right. Something's not quite right. That is not the shape that the VE curve should be. This 2.3 should not be as big of an increase in the middle and drop off at the top. This had to go up. Remember that already. Let's bring this up. And then the other side had to go down. And that makes the VE curve tank on the top end. Right? Because it was up at 7 and had to go down 5%. And that's here. And go down 5 more percent. That is not the VE curve that a 2.3 should have. So that makes me think that something's going on. Something's going on there. Let me think about that, what that could be. Alright, so something's set wrong, right? Because this thing should have low VE at idle, and it does. Lower, oh, idle's high. Oh. No, idle's high.
I got that one all done.
Okay, is that your vacuum leak wood?
Vacuum leak?
Yeah. Ah, what's this?
Got those magic fingers.
Shut up. Still rich though. I mean, still really high at idle. Still really rich at idle. That doesn't make sense. Should not be that rich at idle. Okay, so let's think about this. I'm rich at idle, and I'm rich up top, but I'm lean in the middle. Let's check my injector settings. Okay, 13,300, they're actually 1350. So that'll lean it at idle a smidge. Hinge capacity, yep, That's about right for our pump gas here. Might be a smidge low. This fuel might be a little heavier than that. So let's go 724. That should shorten the injector pulse. Lean out some. That density coefficient is good. Still, make sure that's correct. That's correct. That's fine. That's all good there. Let's go to multi-fuel. That's all good there. Okay. Sweet. Thank you. Okay. Okay, let's see what we got. Where's our, let's go to 0. Go to 0 degrees here. This whole top row should be 0 actually. Let's get that 0. Okay, let's go to fuel. And alright, so we're at 99 lambda. 25% correction right now. Let's go all the way to 0 right here. Basically the same. Alright, now let's go 25. That leaned us out a little bit. Let's go with 35. That reaching us back up a little bit. Let's do 20. I moved to the throttle, the throttle back where it was. See how that got richer? So 30 is obviously not the answer. 45 is definitely not the answer. Look at that. No airflow at all. And that makes total sense, right? Because I got a ton of overlap right now. And with a ton of overlap and a ton of vacuum, I suck exhaust into the chambers. I can't even keep in that load cell anymore. They make so little torque right now that the car is slowing down. I gotta give it throttle to get to hold this load cell. Okay, so it's obviously not what I want. 0 gets rid of overlap, and you can see that it leans out some, but I'm not making very much power because my my intake valve closing time is too late. 10, it leaned out some. Let's go 15. 15's about the same. Let's go 20. Let's go 17. So it looks like about 15 really. 15 to 20 is where it wants to be right here in this spot. I gotta fix that fuel map, get that load range later, but for now, let's see if I get that power stuff figured out. That's a lot leaner. I let it up because it was lean. I didn't like how lean it was. Oh, I was looking at the target, dumbass. 7.6, 7.9. So land was actually 7.7, so that was fine. I saw the target and thought it was too lean. Why is my target that lean? I don't know. Take a peek. How'd boost do? Boosted. It's really lazy up to here. I say lazy, but I mean, you saw how much more power it made the other car across the board, so you can't be that lazy. Target's got a step in it too, so I got to tweak that some more. Before was loud on that pole. It's below my threshold, but it's definitely louder than the other cylinders. My gain is at 2. That is pretty high for these. I do have 4 pulled down. Individual gain is lower. And what was my timing? 22. Yeah, I might have a little too much right there. But it wasn't loud there. It was loud up here. 14 at 44. No, it's only. Oh, it is lean there though. I do need to add some fuel right there. So I do need fuel from here to here. But if you look, it's pulling 6%. So my gains are too low. It's being lazy on the gains to pull fuel out, and it's being lazy to put back in when it goes past the target. So you go to the closed loop lambda. We'll go to the gain table, and this is way lower than that other car was. We'll do this. That'll speed that up quite a bit, so it'll more aggressively hit a target. Also check the update table. Update table is lower. I'm actually going to speed it up so it updates more often. Like that. Okay, and that'll make it more aggressively attack the target. Now, that being said, it was pulling 5% because earlier it was too rich and had to pull 5%. But if we look at this, if it's not pulling 5%, we're on target. So I don't need to add fuel there. That's, you got to be careful you don't screw yourself over that way. Here, it's pulling 7% and it's 3% lean. So that pull goes away, it'll be better. So really, the issue is just that over here, it was pulling fuel and the gains were so low, it wasn't updating it during the pull, and so that negative fuel trim is being carried out through the rest of it. So there we go. Why is that? I don't have that set there. Oh, I think I took that down previously because to battle some shit. Alright, so that'll fix that. Do I like the upgrade fuel pressure wiring harness kit? I don't know what that means. Upgrade fuel pressure wiring harness. Yeah, I have no idea what you're even saying, dude. I don't even think that's a product. I have upgraded hanger and pump. My former tuner said I needed fuel pressure controller. So we don't have fuel pressure controllers, so I'm not sure what that means. We have fuel pressure regulators, which is a mechanical means of controlling fuel pressure. A fuel pressure controller would be an electronic system that does it to control pressure. Now, unless you mean a fuel pump controller, a larger fuel pump controller to run your pump, a larger pump better, then that could be that. So you're mixing up a bunch of terms right now. It's a bunch of mixed up terms that are equating to not meaning anything. So let me see if I can interpret what you're saying there. Upgrade fuel pressure wiring harness kit. Okay, so I don't know what that is, man. Okay, if you have a stock Subaru, it does not monitor fuel pressure from the factory unless it's an FA. So if you mean adding fuel pressure compensation to it, yes, you should absolutely add fuel pressure compensation to it. Fuel pressure compensation requires that you wire in a fuel pressure sensor to one of your TGVs or something like that. So if that's what you're asking, absolutely. It's not an upgrade for any wiring, like you said, because it doesn't exist. It's just the addition of fuel pressure compensation. And so it's 3 wires. You don't even need a kit necessarily. Tons of people make them if you want to use one. There's no manufacturer that makes one that's really better than the other for the most part, unless they have really bad wiring. I haven't seen one. Actually, I don't like the Cobb one. I don't like the Cobb wiring. The Cobb wiring sucks. I don't like it. It's really flimsy. But they use, I believe it's Tefsel wire, but it just doesn't stay together. It's too thin. So it's just power, ground, and signal. It's 5-volt signal and ground. It's the standard pressure sensor they use for oil pressure, fuel pressure, map sensors, whatever. And then it goes to one of the TGVs, or if you have a newer car, you can do like the baro sensor, or if you have a standalone, or whatever. You can do a lot of places for that. And then upgraded hanger and pump, that's good. You definitely want that. And your tuner need a friction controller. My guess is he meant fuel pump controller, because with an upgraded pump, the factory controller wears out. It gets really hot, overheats, and can't keep the pump powered. This one here has a GTR controller. That's the typical one that people go with. It's plug and play for the most part. Like, it plugs right into the factory wiring. The factory wiring, however, is a little anemic for a larger pump. So sometimes it's beneficial to add more power and ground to the controller so they can power the pump correctly and you don't have voltage drop in the system there. So yes, fuel pressure compensation, always. If it's ever possible, you should absolutely use it. Yes, upgraded pump, upgraded hanger, and a fuel pump controller are absolutely necessary if you're cranking the power up. There, let me know if I interpreted that correctly. Alright, let's try another poll. Let me find that spot where it was pulling all the fuel out. Boy, that is just really laggy. That's really hanging out. 20% right there, and it's too lean because it was pulling fuel right in here. So this is the actual culprit right there. That spot in the fuel map. Where is that? Where is that? That's the culprit. That's what screwed everything up. It's the same area I've been working on forever. Alright, let's do it again. Oh yeah, this thing has no synchros in first gear. It is messed up. Like I said, this guy drives his car, he drives it hard. And look at that, still negative 25 right there. Is my latency off on these injectors? Because that sure seems like a latency issue right there. That actually looks high. Depending on which 13s these are. That could be really high or it could be low. Let me pull up the 13 calibration and see. That seems odd. So if they're X's or X2s, it's a very different result, or a very different result for the injector data. Sorry, my brain's getting a little fried all of a sudden. Right now I'm opening my injector data spreadsheet. You guys can't see it because it's not being captured by OBS, but it's a spreadsheet that has injector data for the X2s on it. The 1300 X2, that is. 103 is correct. However, the small trim for this thing is really, really big. So at a 600, let's see where we're at in this pulse width. So the small trim, the short pulse stuff, we're at 1.2 right now. 1.2 is a reduction of 6%. Uh, 6%. Oh, and that's milliseconds. God damn it. 10, 6. That's 0.08 milliseconds. That's not much. Down here it's 40%, so it's going to be 0.0. That's going to be 0.2, negative 0.2 milliseconds. That, and we'll do this action. We'll just keep that for that. Now this is very shitty low pulse width interpolation I'm doing here, but it's a standalone, so it's not quite as important, to be completely honest with you. Okay, and the X1s are less aggressive in that region. Okay. Alright, you can see there the lambda stays on that target way better. And it's actively changing it to try and hit it. 6% rich up top. It's actually more than that even. Looks like it's about 8% rich up top, which is weird. But I did see the power stopped all of a sudden. It made a little weird bump in the graph. So where's that bump at? Right at 6,000, there's a little bump. So let's look at 6,000 and see what's going on there. I'm having a 6,000. Fuel pressure started dropping like a rock. Okay. What else? I felt the car slow down. Oh, looks like the boost went down. Oh, peculiar. That's a trip. Look at that. The boost suddenly dropped. I probably blew that line off again. That's what it is. That's what the problem was. I blew that line off. That's why the IO is 1100 right now. So that's why the power dropped. It became a boost leak. So exhaust pressure went up dramatically. Right? 'Cause as this goes up, exhaust pressure is going to go up like crazy. And that's going to kill the top end power. That's why all of a sudden it's 6%. 6% rich up top, because the wastegate's still going to work, right? It's still going to try and do what it's doing, and therefore that means that the exhaust pressure's got to go up more to feed the turbo to get boost for this. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so that's what it is. That thing popped off right there. Let's look at that power curve real quick. It was really moving. Let me bring that just that last one up. Man, that thing was on a rip. Look at that. If that line hadn't popped off, that was looking good. A 2.3 with a G30 770. What a fucking combo, man. That is an awesome combo right there. Holy shit. That'd have been 500 wheel. That line hadn't popped off. I want to bring up that other graph again, although it's too late. It's off the screen. It's been cleared from the cache, but man, that fuck, that's awesome. All right, fix that line. That is fucking awesome. I'll bring this to the center here. You can see where the boost line popped off. Right there. And then back pressure is going to go up, like I said, a lot. Boost drops and back pressure goes up. So VE drops and power drops. But look at that. That line, it was on before that line came off. Would have probably curved around here. 657 or something. Alright, I'm going to save this map. Turn this off. Put a zip tie on that line. Figure out what the guys want to do and put some fuel in it. If I keep tuning this, I gotta put some fuel in it. It's about out. If not, and I'm gonna add ethanol, so we're gonna have a really good time. If not, I gotta pull the other car on because I think the customer's waiting for his car. Dude, this thing's a fucking rocket.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
James's car on 20% ethanol is doing over 500 wheels. And dude, it's so compared to that blue thing and this got more power everywhere. Everywhere. A 2.3 with a rotated turbo versus a 2.5 with a Dom 1.5.
Well, you need to tell Chase that it makes more torque everywhere.
It makes more torque, it makes power everywhere. James's car.
They make more torque. That's what that about that.
James's car makes more power everywhere versus that blue car. Like it's like this.
How much power is it making right now?
500 and change.
Nice.
It's not misfiring.
On not misfiring, and that's on E20.
Nice.
So, but the fuel pressure is dropping like a rock. It's not enough fuel flow. The factory hanger is too restrictive.
Yeah.
That tube is so small, it's too restrictive.
Well,
And what's in there? 450 or 525 or what?
450.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it's not enough with that hanger. So it goes from 300 to 270 kPa fuel pressure. So it can't hang with the flow.
Yeah, that one's even ported a little bit. So you know where the quick connects roll over? I drilled out the end so it's not restricted down to a little hole, so it's full diameter.
But still, that little tiny hose coming out of there. Yeah.
The more on it.
Dude, it's ripping. It's fucking ripping. The line keeps popping off the blow-off valve. So I got to 6 grand. It was a flat torque curve, and the horsepower was doing this, and the line blows off and it flattens it out at 470.
Yeah, I think about 4. That's exciting.
Well, we're gonna take this car off, right? We got,
Yeah. Get the black one on there.
That car's done.
okay. Hello. How are you? Good. Which one of these cars is yours?
Black one.
Well, next.
Ah, the black one. Right on. So you're Austin?
Andrew.
Andrew. He was an A. Okay, I'm Dominic.
Nice to meet you.
You too, man.
Excited.
Yeah, it should be good.
It's the first time I've done this. So.
Okay. Well, I'll give you a full spiel here in a few minutes. Let me just get this car off, and then I'll come in and let you know how it all works out.
Awesome.
TV screen on real quick. It takes a minute to. Come on. There we go. Sweat my balls off out there. Just my back, you know, so you got my swipe receipt. Trying to dry it out. Your car's got climate control, so it shouldn't be an issue. So here's the dyno graph. This car's on here now. The a line blew off on the boost on the blow off valve right here. So the blow off valve opens and and so you have 2 boost leaks. But it still held 450 wheel right there with a giant boost leak, which is pretty good. But you see she was on a tear.
Yeah.
It was gonna be 500 and change on this car. Now this car is it's a fully built 2.3 4-liter with cams and a giant rotated turbo and all that stuff, right? It's got all the goodies and stuff. So
Yeah.
obviously that's completely different than what your car is gonna look like. But at some point in your life, you decide you want them ropes, you know, like.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, and did you see the black car? Did they show you under the hood of the black car? You've seen that other one? Well, he just pulled out. That one's really nice. They did a lot of really good work on that one. That one is a full build from the bottom to the ground up. Turbo kit that he and I designed. And he designed all the front mount piping, and then an engine that I designed with my cams in it and all kinds of stuff. So that thing is gonna be a ripper too. So really good.
Get that other side off.
Ah! My freaking laptop charger is covered in oil. Another dumb car.
This one's hung on something, and I can't get down to find it.
Okay, I'm trying to save this map, but my software's freezing on me. Come on, software, you can do it.
I was gonna shut the hood, but then I forgot that's how we start this car.
Yeah, you can start it now. I got the key on.
It started.
Mr. Justin, yes, the answer is yes. I made it members only. That's either because I pulled it or it ran out of gas. It's on the gas light. Which could explain the fuel pressure dropping. If it's out of fuel.
Should we throw ethanol in there?
Yes. Just do it now. That's probably what it was. That's probably why the fuel pressure was dropping. Boiling the teeny bit of fuel we had left at the inlet of the pump. That didn't work.
That'll be extra space. So there's on each point.
Yeah, she's gonna be a saucy girl. This one feels pretty quick. That's nice. Some of the newer ones, the GRs and DAs, feel slow as full balls. That's good. We need to save some of this ethanol for the other cars. Alright, start it, see if it stays running this time. And you said this one's still hooked up somewhere? It's on the hook. You didn't take it off the hook. this one's torn, so it's got a hole in it, and the hole is going through the end link.
Oh, that would explain it.
The end link bolt. Ouch.
Here's another snap. Ow.
It's fine for now. This is a small hole. It was out of gas.
Oh.
Which might explain the fuel pressure dropping. God damn it. Because there's some tools in James's car.
I think those were his.
What?
Are they yours?
I mean,
Had some in there.
these look like yours. So does this nice 12mm socket. You knew that's where it was? Yeah? You're just like, I knew where I left that. You fucking liar. You didn't know. Wash my hands before getting the new car. Why is this culture still here? Why is this culture still here? I mean, it's probably streptococcus, like fucking bacterial culture in here. You know that, right? It's probably strep and salmonella having a fight for fucking turf. It's a turf war. What? Zika? Yeah. Definitely a turf war going on there because like two different colors of molds and things have moved their way across the surface of it. What? That's gross. Factory throttle mapping so bad. Ugh, that's so bad. Yuck. I have to sport sharp just to back this thing up. Factory throttle mapping so bad. So is having the heater up all the way in this thing when I get in it. That also was bad. One of you guys are an asshole. Who am I kidding? It's all you guys. Where'd it go? What did I do with it? There it is. Strongly tempted to call you different A names every time I talk to you, so.
It's Andrew.
I know it's Andrew, but I just thought it'd be funny if I called you Alex next time, and then you go, it's Andrew, and I call you, okay,
I just
Adam.
nod.
Thanks,
Yes.
Adam, yeah.
It's me.
What's your last name?
D-E-I-B-E-O.
Dibble?
Yep.
I think I was the Navy with a Dibble. All right, Adam. Gotcha, Andrew. Yeah. And yours is a 19, right?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. We're done. I'm just kidding. So this process. Actually, hold on 1 second. Forgive me. I'll do one more thing, and I'll come back in and give you the repackage. All right. This car has an IAT relocate, and it's a VA STI. So we could go over in this one as well, if you're still here. Alrighty. I'm tired. Let me sit down.
It's hot.
It's hot. Yeah, I've been taking cars off the dyno and dealing with broken stuff, and it's been a whole ass thing today. What time is it? 2? Jesus. All right. When does football start? I'm gonna fucking miss it.
Sorry, Matt.
No, it's definitely not your fault. Okay, so the tune process, I always identify as like 3 phases, you know, but as I do them, they kind of mold into fewer than that, you know, as I go through it. But the first step is to tell the ECU, like, when you see 4 volts on the sensor, what does that mean, right? Because an ECU, excuse me, it's just a program in assembly language that does math, right? Did you know computer programming at all?
I'm a programmer, so.
Perfect. So you know assembly language, right?
Yeah.
So we literally have these flags, these points where we input data, and then a calculation occurs, and then it says go to this point, right? And so that's how the engine is run, is on assembly language. So the stuff that I put into it, it needs to know what it's getting. You know, what does this signal mean? What does this value mean?
Yeah.
And so in the case of, like, say, a mass airflow sensor, it reports a voltage, 0 to 5 volts, and that volt, each one of those volts along this scale means something, and it means a mass of air. Okay, in grams. Typically, is how we tune them, in grams, and that's how most engines are written, is in grams per second. And then times the RPM divided by 60, or no, times 60 divided by the RPM divided by the number of cylinders on half a stroke, so 2 in this case, or half a cycle, I mean, so 2 cylinders, gives us how much mass of air gets into each cylinder. And with these engines, that air mass is what we need to know how much fuel to put in and know how loaded the cylinder is, right? So that's what we're doing. So the first thing is my first step is, since it has an aftermarket intake on it, I have to say this mass airflow sensor is telling you this at this voltage. And depending on how many things you have modified on the car will affect how many things I have to do that to. We have an IAT relocator in our car. Very good for safety. Oh, I gotta tell it that because that's a different sensor, it's a different calibration. So I gotta tell it now that 2 volts means 100 and not 94 or whatever it was, right? So I gotta do that. If you had a larger map sensor for, like, some cars, you have to do that for the map sensor. I do that for whatever, right? It just goes on. So that's always the first phase. The first phase is just establishing, you know, that the ECU knows what the inputs are. And then what the outputs are. I gotta tell it, when you pulse this injector or this output this much, the resultant fuel mass you get is this much. Now, in your case, you're on stock injectors, we're not going to do that. Not a big deal. But that would be part of that first phase, and that's called making the base map, right? So I go in, I set all the calibrations for all the sensors, inputs and outputs, and then I would set up what I believe to be like the base volumetric efficiency curve for the car, which you don't have because yours is MAF, so lucky you. And then, you know, how the timing curve should be based on the load and all that kind of stuff. So I'll go in, I do that stuff. Now, luckily, I have tables of maps to draw from because your car has 700 tables, and it would take me 3 hours to build one from stock, from scratch. So, and then this is him.
Yes.
Okay.
That's everything minus the exhaust housing.
Okay.
So that's the rest of the mop list there.
Okay. And then, yeah, so that's the base map, okay? And then once I get it loaded, I gotta make sure that's all working right? So I do what I call the verification phase. So I'm just verifying that the inputs and outputs are behaving as they should. I don't have codes. And then I do a little bit of light stuff, idle, light driving, things like that, to see if those things are all doing their job and reporting correctly. Now, with your car, that phase is really short because the first phase was short because we have so much stuff already done, right? And very little changed. So that phase gets pretty short, and it'll be just a little bit of driving. I know with these exactly where I need to be to see, you know, if it's going to behave correctly or not. I know where to put it to test a certain threshold. I know where to put it to test a boost threshold. I know where to put it, that kind of stuff. So, so I'll do that, but it's pretty abbreviated. You know, in this one, it's pretty easy. On a standalone car with just speed density, where I got to do a whole VE table, this is the longest phase. This is the phase that takes hours and that kind of stuff. So, since we don't have to do a VE table, because a VE table is for calculating mass, and since we have mass airflow sensor, we're actually measuring mass, it takes out that whole step. So it's super handy for that. And that's why almost every car makes a math-based car. There's some that aren't. A lot of Dodges aren't, and a handful of other cars that aren't math-based. Typically, if it has a really wide power range, it might not be math-based because the benefit of math is it's very accurate, but it's only accurate in a range. The bigger it gets, the lower the resolution gets, the less accurate it becomes, less viable it becomes.
I imagine there's a certain point where it can't measure beyond that too, right?
Yeah, so all of them will max out at 5 volts at some point based on the diameter. That's going to give us a certain thing. Also, though, that sensor is put in the middle of this tube, and as you grow the tube size,
Sure.
right, it comes out of the center. So it's no longer in the center and the bulk of the airflow, right? It's not, and it's often can be moved out of a laminar region even. You know, non-laminar flow is hell on a mass airflow sensor. So, yeah, they have limitations for sure. But if you can operate in the realm with one, it's great because they measure. That's it. You know, all the calculation shit goes out the window. You don't get to jack around that. So that's really good. So that's obviously a benefit of MAF. But that last car I just took off the dyno, way too much power for a MAF. It's speed density. It's not a standalone, that kind of thing. So.
A standalone ECU.
Yeah, standalone ECU in that case. Yeah. But I mean, this ECU can do a lot of power. So like, you can do a build on this ECU and keep it. You don't have to go to standalone. But a lot of these guys are doing track stuff and want track features that you can't put on a factory standalone or factory ECU. We need a standalone for. So, but this ECU is still pretty powerful. We can do flex fill. We can do speed density. We can do, a pseudo launch control. You can do a few things like that, and you can use this ECU to make 1,000 horsepower on stuff. You will have limitations. You'll have limitations and issues along the way. So after that verification phase, I start doing some boosted stuff. I do a no wastegate duty cycle, just wastegate pressure boost pull. Typically, I do that to see if the car's going to creep, but yours isn't. We got that mama house down there. It's not going to creep. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be awesome. So I won't have any creep. It'll be nice and steady, but at least I'll get my baseline boost. I'll see what the fuel's doing, see what the timing's doing, make sure I have my scales correct on my load and all that. And then I'll start adding some more duty cycle to it, and we'll start doing more pulls. I'll get like midway in my boost targets to where I think we're going to be, and I'll do some cam timing changes, make sure the car's behaving as I expect it to. But for the most part, with this car, I know exactly where the cam should be at all times because it's not different enough that it would require vastly different cam timing. But I'll still go up and down 5 degrees here or there and see if it spools faster, see if it changes a little bit. Since we got the bigger housing on there, we have less back pressure. That will affect the final cam timing. Whereas if it was completely stock turbo, it would have, something more specific, something where I need to get rid of the overlap as fast as possible because back pressure is going to the roof. This one, back pressure is not going to the roof as fast, so I can run a little more overlap. I can change the cams a little bit, and so we can get some things out of it. So there will be more of a cam towing with phase with your car because we have that housing on it than if it was not without a housing, or if it was without the aftermarket housing. I wouldn't do much towing with the cams. So I'll do that, and then once I've verified those are pretty much where they need to be, I'll do a little more boost, and we'll get it up there. And what you'll see on the screen are various graphs, various shapes, sizes, and it reads horsepower output. The number's going to go up and down. It's going to change. Don't see 250 and then see 210 and be like, oh, my car's broken, or what the hell's this guy doing, right? I'm gathering data. I'll do stuff with very advanced cam timing, see where that spools, see where the torque is, see how hard it falls on top, because it would. Then I'll do it with very retarded cam timing and see how late it spools and see how much power it makes up top, and it will. And I'll get all that data and figure out where those crossover points should be, and then I'll put everything into it. I'll do some final adjustments on the straps, make sure everything's good, and then I'll do a pull, and it'll be more power everywhere probably. Typically what happens is we get like a curve like this, we get a curve like this, and it's all scattery, and then I do everything. There's like a 15-minute period maybe where I'm adjusting shit, and I load that what I think is be the final recipe, and then I'll do a pull, and it's like, all those peaks added together, and it's a big long smooth pull, and that's when you know that, oh, he's about done. It's pretty much done probably at that point. And what else? Things that affect the reading on the dyno, I would say don't get too hung up on numbers. One, because this is the lowest reading dyno brand in the country, so none of them read lower than this. Two, because every car reads a little differently based on the weight of the wheels and tires, because that will destroy power at the wheels. An alignment issue will destroy power at the wheels, because now we're turning horsepower into heat because of scrubbing a tire, right? Turn right into heat. It's not getting measured by the rollers. So the hotter the tires get on the dyno, the more power we've lost to the tires. Or rubber. I get rubber flying off the back sometimes. Yours won't have it. Pretty new car. Shouldn't have a big alignment issue. But it does have some gigantic wheels on it that are pretty heavy from the factory. Those snowflakes are heavy as shit.
Yeah, they're 28 pounds, right?
I don't know, but they're tanks, so I know that much. I've moved them before. So if you had 05 STI wheels on there, you'd probably make 15 to 20 more wheel horsepower on it, because the rolling resistance and the weight is that much. And the weight makes sense, right? Like a horsepower is defined by how fast you move a mass.
Right.
And if
There's less weight.
there's less mass, then you're going to have more power indicated. More makes it to the rollers because you're accelerating less of it. So that stuff all changes the reading and stuff. So, but overall, I anticipate pretty good results. I mean, you got good components on there. We got good stuff on there. It's a pretty solid car overall. I think we're going to be pretty happy with it. And when you leave here, I think you'll be really happy. You'll have to learn to drive it again because the throttle mapping is going to be way better than what you've had.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah. I just pulled them down. I was like, blah!
So just like pressing the pedal, you get instant feedback rather than a little delay.
All the delay and mush, that you get right now. Yeah. And that delay and mush, it is actually a delay. It's that the ECU is programmed to only give you 35% throttle up to 70% foot input. So when your foot's at 50, I actually looked at your exact throttle mapping last night when I was doing some stuff for my students. At 3,200 RPM, at 50% on the foot, you get 18.8% on the plate. That's half, less than half.
As you go faster.
Yeah, and then as you add more and more and more, once you crest 70% of the foot, it goes like this.
Weird.
Yeah, by 80, it's 100% full open. So it goes from
Is it like
35.
safety feature maybe?
No, it's emissions crap.
Oh, emissions, okay.
Yeah, because they have to have the car on the dyno loaded at a certain throttle position, all that kind of stuff. And the EJ burns dirty. It's not a clean engine. So to get to those RPMs, to get to that point, they've fudged where the throttle is, essentially, and loaded it, because they have to keep it closed loop. Otherwise, it burns way, way too dirty. And so they got to heat the boost down and a bunch of stuff. So
Does the stock tune come a little bit, like there's not enough fuel?
in the mid-range, yeah, it's lean. Yeah.
And that's what I read is that's for that same reason of emissions,
Mhm.
trying to have a better fuel economy.
Yeah, it's not so much fuel economy as much as it's the actual tailpipe emissions when they're tested at the manufacturer, because they have to do loaded tests and stuff. Now, fuel economy is important because they need their CAFE standards and that kind of stuff. But a lot of it is the tailpipes, because like I said, the motor's so dirty and it's not efficient in any way. Like, you can run it really lean and it's still not efficient, especially on the heavier cars like that. I mean, it's a big brick of a car. You know, it's not the most aerodynamic. It's the second best looking one in my opinion, but it's not the most aerodynamic. So.
Best looking one's the first one.
Yes. Yep.
I agree.
Yeah. I have a 2001. I bought brand new. I still have it.
Nice.
Those
are awesome.
So I think that this car is actually a throwback to that one. If you look at the cutouts in the bumpers, the headlight shape, and the grille and all that, it is the first year that looks like an evolution of that car. Because in 02, they went somewhere with it completely different. Then obviously 04, 05, 06, 07, they're all different. Then 8, Toyota got involved and made it disgusting. And then in 15, they changed it to be like this. And this is the first one where the angles and the points and the shapes are extremely similar to the first gen. So I've always considered this to be the second gen. Yeah. And then I would say after that, it's probably Hawkeye, in my opinion. Yeah. So, anyways, I also streamed the tuning live. I'm live right now, actually, so they're hearing me talk to you.
Nice.
I stream it live. I don't always do it, but I'm doing it today.
Sharing on like Discord or?
YouTube, my YouTube channel. So you can bring it up if you wanted to, hear me talk about it. I won't be showing the screen, I don't think, because I'll be using a different computer than the one that's currently streaming. And so you'll just hear me talk about what I'm doing. I don't know, I'll see. I got to mess with the computer, see if I can get the software opened up on that one, because I don't have the current software on that one. So I have to download it and do some stuff. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. See if it works. And then, safety stuff. This is the second, I would say the second safest dyno design out there. The car sits down between rollers. This is on top of one big roller, right? And when you're on top of one big roller, I mean, balance a bowling ball on a bowling ball, right? I mean, it wants to come off, right? And the same thing happens when you have a car on top of a big roller. Gravity alone is trying to get the car off the dyno. And then the power is trying to pull the car off the dyno. And then, right, and you try and restrict the car 6 degrees with all the straps and stuff on one of those to keep it on top of the roller. Sure. With this, gravity is trying to keep you on the dyno. It's pulling you down between two rollers.
Yeah, I saw you backed up and walked it.
Yeah, boop, drops right in, right? So in order to get out of here, the car has to lift all its weight vertically and then at an angle up over the rollers, which they can do, especially in lower gears where there's a lot of torque multiplication. But in the higher gears, where I'm running fourth gear, not a lot of torque multiplication. And in our power levels, there's not going to be a lot of climbing on the rollers. So then all I got to do is I just got to help it a little bit. I just throw some straps on there. I pull down on the car with it some. That's what the straps do on this. They don't hold back. They hold down. They go over the hubs and then just pull the hubs down into the rollers more. So all I'm doing is add more gravity basically to it, right? Make it a little heavier, keep it in the rollers. And then the front ones are really thin, little 1-inch straps you use in the back of your truck for, your ice cooler or whatever, ice chest. And those are just done to keep the wheels pointed forward, because where the front goes, the back follows. Yeah. So I don't even have to hold the wheel on this side. I can just do it. But I do anyways, just in case the strap pops or something happens. Sure. But overall, the chances of there being a dyno fail video with your car is really, really low.
That's good.
Yeah. And I would say the only dyno fails that we've had here are with a Durango that had gigantic tires on it, and these little rollers were like nothing, not even a speed bump to it. So it was hard to keep it on there. And the only casualty to that was my car, because it shot off the dyno, hit the fans, and knocked the fans into my car that was parked in front of the dyno, and then cracked my rear bumper. So that's the only casualty we've had on the dyno, other than a fire. I've had a couple fires. All those fires involve header wrap, which you don't have, and obviously your car's brand new, so don't be concerned. So as long as your wheels are torqued down there, we should be good to go.
Yeah, drive straight.
Yeah. Any questions?
I think the wheel's off by like 1 notch, but
Okay, no big deal.
touching it by 1 notch.
So, any questions for me?
I just in general want to do something like somewhat conservative on the tune. Like I don't want to push it. I don't know if there's different ranges that you normally go for.
I mean, not
Or if it's just like
Not
these are the parts, this
drastically.
is what you get.
I don't have a lot of ranges for aggression because overall I'm not super aggressive in the first place.
Okay.
There are times if someone's like, I need it to be, and then, you know, I make it more aggressive. But for
Yeah.
the most part, I shoot for safety anyway. So
Cool.
I try to make it efficient, try to make it smooth, comfortable, and the power kind of it comes, you know, like the car's gonna make it or it isn't,
Yeah.
you know, and any time the tuner has to force a car to make power, it's gonna fail.
Yeah.
It's always gonna fail.
That's what I wanted to make sure is that you
Yeah,
don't have
no, I don't tune uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Unless I tell the client, hey, I'm uncomfortable here, I feel like something's about to fail. These are the reasons why.
Right.
And they're like,
It's like go.
yep. And literally 9 times out of 10 it fails.
Yeah.
1 or 2 pulls later.
Yeah.
Yeah, one failed yesterday, but it wasn't because of that. I just was like, hey man, something's going on with your oil system, and the power has dropped a lot. Oil flow is clean, but I feel like it's about to spin the bearing or something. And he's like, really? I was like, yeah. I was like, I'm gonna do one more pull. We'll just adjust these things, make sure it's good. But I'm concerned about it. He's okay. Spun the bearing all the way home. So I have this sixth sense, I guess. I know when they're about to go. And wash my hands one more time. I had one guy. He wanted more power. We were at like 900 a wheel, you know. I need more, and I'm like, no, dude, that's what this is supposed to make. And he was like, whatever, just give me more timing for one more pull. If it blows, it blows. And I'm like, that's not how it works, man. It'll damage it on that freaking pull. And he's like, I don't care. So I did it, and then it failed a few days later. And then he got mad at me. I'm like, you don't remember the whole if it blows thing? Like, because I did the pull with more timing, and it power went down. So it damaged it then, you know, and then it failed afterwards, shortly after that. And I was like, here's the video. I streamed that one too. I'm like, here it is. Here's you telling me if it blows, push it harder. And me saying specifically, it's going to fail if I do this. No, it won't, just one pull. I'm like, and it failed, so. Yes. I will. Hopefully, I have none of those feelings on your car. I doubt I will. Your car's will be fine.
Yeah, the run is great. I only had it for a month, so I just got it.
For a month?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. How many miles are on it?
I got it at 34, and then I was like 35.
Oh, huh. Well, it's going to run better.
And it's already faster than my last car, so like even if it didn't get any power, I'd be happy. But obviously, we're gonna
Oh, yeah. I will not eat your car, just so you know. I'll take it out to my bench. Woo, it is hot in this room. Holy shit. That's gotta be 100 degrees in here. All right. Oh. I know you know, I just meant that you'd be able to share this video with him. This one too. Or pass it to him now. Hey, he's live right now. If you got questions, ask him. That kind of thing. So, all right. What can I do? Let's see. Let me try and update the software on this computer. So, Oh man, my computer's glitching out. Starting to hesitate and get laggy. I hope this isn't carrying on to the tune. That means I'll have to restart. And if I restart, that means I have to start a new stream, and then it's just one fiasco after another. Alright. Come on now. What the hell is Cobb using here? This micro USB does not want to go on the export. There it goes. That was not smooth. I swear they get these freaking USB cables from the lowest bidder. I don't know, have I ever streamed my dyno brief before? I don't think I have. That might be the first time you guys have heard that. I always try and use my dyno brief as an opportunity to educate the customers, let them know what to expect in parts and safety stuff. I didn't tell him not to come in the dyno cell, but if he comes walking in here, then I'll tell him not to come in the dyno cell. But I always try and use the opportunity to do what I can and, you know, hopefully make their experience more enjoyable. Phone update. Guess I can marry this while that's updating. I didn't want to hit that. Oh, shit. Let's see. Do I have anything as a base map I can use to marry this thing right now while my program updates? Let's try this. Oh, that's not good. God damn it. Hit the wrong button. this dude's just fucking rocking hard. I'll probably turn this off though, so I get a YouTube strike from music. Shout out to the Charizard STI. Which image is this one? I don't know. It's hard. Alright, flashing the base map on this thing. See how that does. Let's figure out any questions in the meantime. How's everybody doing? This one is... yeah, I don't recall. I think that... I don't know if that car had a problem or not, Justin. I'm trying to think about that one. I don't know, it seems like 75% of the cars that get in the dyno, there's an issue, and they gotta like stop the freaking stream, or you know, fix the car the next day or something like that. It's kind of annoying. I don't remember being this bad back when I had Maxwell Power Services. I don't remember there being that many problems on the dyno. I don't know if it's component quality's dropped. I mean, I know I had really good technicians there. And not that this place doesn't have good technicians, but I know that they were definitely had more attention to detail. They weren't as creative as the guys here, I know that. And I didn't have a fabricator there. I got one here, so there's definitely some differences. But I feel like I get more cars with issues on the dyno than I used to. But that could also, I suppose, it could be just the cars are older now. I mean, this one obviously isn't older, but you know, the previous two cars, 06, 07, I was tuning cars at Maxwell Power up until 13, you know, so those cars were only, you know, 5 to 7 years, that kind of thing, old, and now we're adding 10 more to that. So, you know, older cars, there's more stuff that happens, there's more, can I communicate with the vehicle? Of course not. Okay, it's working this time. Alright, try again. So, you know, I guess there's a little bit of that. I'm sure a little bit was a difference in the people, and a lot of it is just a matter of time. But then I think too that, it's not reading, it's failing to read. Fucking goddamn it. Of course it is. It's a brand new car. Essentially. Of course it's gonna have fucking problems. This fucking export won't work.
Why not?
I'll show you. It gets to 19% and then loses communication.
Weird. It's a brand new car and a brand new access port.
I know. Oh! Maybe it's got a worn out OBD port because I'm holding it now. Maybe somebody had like a thing in this before? It feels sloppy as shit. I mean, he could have put that in afterwards.
Oh, there it goes.
Oh, there it goes. Can I communicate? Yeah.
Huh.
They have the cable right there.
I mean, these cables are super robust. We know that.
Well, what's hilarious is I literally just said on my stream that they use the fucking cables made by the lowest bidder
Yeah.
because they suck. But I was talking about the USB cable, and then the fucking OBD cable was like, hold my drink.
Yeah. It's like, wow, you think the USB?
Yeah, you think that's a. I mean, let me show you what a really bad cable is. Yeah, let's hope it's the cable.
Also, why are they still fucking serial port?
These?
Yeah.
Instead of USB-C?
Yeah. What the fuck's wrong with the top?
I know. Let's use the shittiest cable available. Hardest to plug into, easiest to fuck up and break, and yeah.
Easiest to plug into,
Hardest
hardest
to
to
plug into.
take apart.
Well, that too.
Oh fuck! When you get a damaged one, getting it out of the access port, you're like, I'm gonna pull the guts out of this thing, like you're skinning a grouse. Like
Yeah.
standing
Oh,
on
you
its
mean
wings.
this cable?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
When the little lock breaks, the tabs break off
Yeah,
the
and
side.
you're pushing it in, and you're like, nothing's happening in there, and you're like, all right. Hope it doesn't pull out of fucking spaghetti wires. You ever seen that show Axemen?
I've heard of the show.
It's like whatever the crab one is, Deadliest Catch, but it's for logging. Anyway, one guy's missing a hand in it. He got it in a cable block. So a cable was running through a block, and he got his fingers underneath the cable, and it just pulled his wrist off and pulled everything out of his arm like spaghetti.
Oh, did they show it?
No. No, it happened to him when he was like 20. And he's like 60 in the show. But that's what I was thinking about pulling the fucking plug out of that, is it just comes out all of the board, the PCB comes out in chunks behind it.
Man, you're trying to make me barf.
Hmm?
You're trying to make me barf.
Oh dude, it's fucking gross.
No, but you know what's funny is I don't actually have a problem with blood and guts and that kind of stuff. The thing I have a problem with, poop.
Poop?
Poop.
Dude, I have a vomit thing.
That's what I was going to bring up yesterday. Yesterday, the cat was running around the house, and she just popped herself down and started licking herself. And I go, what are you doing? I look, and she got a turd on her tail. And she's licking this turd. I'm like, stop that. I grabbed the towel, and I grabbed the paper towel, and I fucking cleaned it off, right? And I go, did she shit on the floor and look around the house? And the smell hit me, and we have a camera by the litter box.
Yeah.
On the camera, you see me, I go, and I fucking run to the sink and I start barfing the sink. And I was like, oh man, it's so stupid. It's just the smell of poop, man. It was enough. I
have a vomit thing.
Yeah, dude, I did. I barfed in the sink, and she's like, meow. I'm like, God damn it.
No, when the dogs were little and they'd fucking throw something up in the house, I would literally, like a spider, have to go get my wife. I'm like, you gotta deal with
Oh,
that.
you gotta think about vomit,
Yes.
not poop. Oh, okay.
No.
Right.
No, I have a thing about vomit the same way. Like,
Yeah.
I can't see it, I can't smell it, I can't be around it.
Yeah. No, I'm not as good with
I
vomit.
hate
Or,
throwing up.
I'm better with vomit than with poop, but I'm not good with vomit either.
I've held through some bad alcoholic events where I'm like, I'm not gonna throw it. Like, I'm just not going to, even though my body's like, you really need to throw up.
Check voltage on the battery right now, would you? With the key on, let me know what it is when the key's on. What do you got?
12.28.
So it's not a voltage issue. It's a bad access port. It's a fucking bad access port. You gotta be kidding me.
12.27. Ooh. spicy.
7 millivolts.
Yeah. 100.
100 millivolts.
I got 124 was the highest I saw.
Nice.
Trust my nipple, see if it goes up.
What are we talking about going up?
Not the voltage. Come on.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm worried about.
I told you I'm conductive. I don't even need anything on my thumbs. I can just transfer millivolts.
Oh. So check this out. Access Port Manager 3.1.10. So they're forcing us now to go to a newer Access Port Manager.
Good.
But when I go to their website to download it, it doesn't fucking work.
Sounds about right.
So I download it, and then I save it, and then I open it, and then it crashes. Let's try it again. Maybe it'll work on this computer. It didn't work on my other one. Maybe this one will work. Error.
So is
Sweet.
the access port just dead?
No, this is the fucking the software to update the manager.
I thought you were trying to transfer it to this, and it was erroring.
No, I do want to
You're
do a
just trying to get it
firmware
on your
update,
computer.
but it won't let me do a firmware update because it won't do a firmware update without the new software, and I can't put the new software because the installer's fucking broken.
Is that one of those chicken or egg things?
Yeah, it's the Cobb fucking.
It's like your access port manager keeps failing because you're not on 3.12, but it won't let you download 3.12 because it's not updated.
Yeah.
Please download the newest version to continue. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, it's the worst. Cobb is really taking a bit.
You want to try it on the computer in there?
I can't now because it's doing something.
Oh shit. Do not disconnect, Dom. Does that still have the screen protector on it?
Yes.
Okay.
I managed to get the sticker off without the fucking protector.
I was gonna say, because that thing's trash to fuck. I was like, how'd you do that? You're beating it against the
4
steering
seconds,
wheel.
yeah.
Fucking work, you piece of shit.
Yeah.
Down here stomping on it.
That's what I want to do.
I know.
Cobb used to be so good.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't tune a car if it didn't have Cobb. I was like, nope. If Cobb offers something for your car, then that's what we're using.
Yeah.
Now,
Anything to avoid it?
not anything, but I won't do a Subaru without it, but even then, it's still torture. I prefer to do the GTRs on ECU Tech. I prefer to do... I do prefer Cobb for the Type R.
Yeah.
Like, I did the Type R on dudes with the Honda thing.
Yeah.
But I definitely prefer the Cobb from Type R, but that's...
Why did he go with the Honda instead of the Nexus Port?
They didn't have export yet. I mean, yeah.
Oh.
They just released it a little while ago. What else? The Ford stuff, the EcoBoost stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I won't do that shit with AC tuners if I can avoid it because it's fast.
Sucks.
Yeah.
They got an Eco turd right there.
Yeah, they have the Subaru in the middle too, which is good because that's their largest customer base.
Oh, for sure.
But they definitely gave them the big old fucking dick a while ago.
Didn't they discontinue it for the BMWs though?
Yeah.
Why is there fucking
I don't know.
E92 over there?
I don't know.
Or E90? That's a Ford.
Well, no, they didn't discontinue it. they just stopped doing stuff for it.
I couldn't even buy one for my car.
They're good. I just told you not to because it sucked. Because
Maybe.
Because we did the MHD with a custom map.
Awesome.
Well, their map sucked, but
it was better than factory. Like, it picked up power.
Yeah.
But it was literally a, like, seat of the pants difference flashing back and forth between yours and theirs. And yours was I think this will work. And you emailed it to me.
You had that one chick engine light. What was that for?
Fucking torque over limit.
But it turned out to be like a wire that you had in the wrong place. What was that for? Remember that?
Oh, so that was because I had the ethanol hooked up wrong.
Oh.
And BMW is so sensitive with all their things. So I had one pin wrong with the ethanol.
I mean, that's still an issue.
Yeah. But it was something that it wouldn't have mattered. I don't remember what it was for, but it was something that like shouldn't have caused any problem at all. Just ethanol shouldn't have worked. And it didn't. But then we figured that out and it was working. We just never tuned it on ethanol.
Cobb didn't have flex.
No. And then we had the transmission over torque limit.
Well, your train was flipping.
Yeah. And then I fixed it, and then I started throwing the over torque limit.
Did you do the ZHP on it?
Yeah. And it was, what would happen was if I was in fourth and I matted it, it would do about maybe a third of a pole, and then it would cut boost off, and it would say over limit torque. And then you just up that parameter in fourth. You just gave it a bigger range, and then it never did it again. Because it wouldn't do it in any other gear. It was only in fourth when I did it.
Weird.
Which I don't know what the reason was for that, but that's what.
Well, yeah, well, they have individual limits for, you know, they have individual limits in the programming, so.
Yeah. So you made that, gave me some extra room there, and it never did it again. Is it working?
I don't think so.
This thing might.
It doesn't work.
Access port won't work.
Brand new access port doesn't want to marry up.
Correct. It says cannot communicate with ECU. It gets like 20% and then errors out. I tried different cables. I'm trying to do the firmware, but it's not working either. I think it's just a bad port.
It's 004 for this.
19 STI? That sounds right, yeah.
We might have an extra 004 back
I'll
there.
go check.
I'll try to hunt that one down first.
Garbage. It's all so much garbage. I got the installer to work. Maybe. Well, this is torture. Sweat my balls off in here. Okay, take 7.
Hotel Seahawks. This is Lacey.
Hey, Lacey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Sent you a message earlier.
Yeah, sorry. I read that just.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. So, okay, that sounds fine. Is that something that you could email me, or you have a link on your website or something like that I can get all that information? Okay. That would be awesome. Now, how do I show you that it's, you know, someone that fits that criteria? Okay. Gotcha. Now, if someone call, how many ticket reps are there? So if somebody calls another rep, they get the same answer. Okay. Okay, that's good. I just want to make sure because somebody was trying to buy my tickets who I don't know, obviously, and through Craigslist or whatever, and they just told me, oh, I bought somebody else's. You took too long, and I just was thinking, oh, interesting. Not everything you told me. I think that person is probably getting scammed. Yeah, which I can do through Ticketmaster. That's no big deal. Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh yeah. One more question. If I did want to, so I know that I can put them on Ticketmaster and set my own price on Ticketmaster. Does Ticketmaster let me lump all the games together, or does it have to be individual games? Gotcha. Okay. I think that's all my questions. I appreciate your help. Yeah, please. That'd be wonderful. Thank you very much. You too. Bye-bye. Wait, does she have my email?
No, you're on the phone, which is why I said.
I was on the phone, yeah.
I don't have another new one. I have a used one.
Is it married?
It is, but I can unmarry it in a matter of 20 seconds.
Who's it married to?
The car that's broken right now.
Oh. And it shouldn't matter because, I mean, it's reading it. It knows it's 19. It gets it reads some and then it errors out. I mean, it's possible maybe they fucked up with an open source tune of some sort, but I don't have a 19 STI map I could flash on it. I don't have anything open source from 19.
Yeah, I don't know. He said he was watching your stream and he was asking if it was the port or maybe his OBD2 port, and I said, I don't know. It's very rare to have either of those fail.
I mean, the ports fail all the time, but that's on the older cars, not the new ones. Like, this is brand new. I mean, like I said, he could have had something. The other guy could have something that's loose. Oh, is this the factory radio? Oh yeah, it's got Superstar. Okay. Cause remember that one car had that issue, and he had like a aftermarket that hooked to his CAN bus. Remember that one car that had that?
Oh yeah.
But this is the factory radio, so it doesn't have that. But if there's something else on the CAN bus, that could do it. If something's...
He's got a camera plugged in behind the thing there.
Yeah, it's off. I unplugged it because I wanted to remove any drains. So that's off. I think it's off, right? Yeah, I just unplugged out the cigarette lighter. What the fuck do I do now? What are you trying to do with 19? Is it? It might be open source tuned, but I should be able to flash over it anyways. But I don't have a 19 STI ROM to flash over it with. Like if I wanted to go to stock, I don't have a ROM to do that with. I haven't done open source on anything new in probably a decade. So I only do open source for JDM stuff. Let me see. But yeah, I'm trying to get in here but the export gets to 20-something% and then loses communication. Is the current ROM messed up? I have no idea. Like I said, I don't have any open source stuff. I haven't. I don't even know what this current ROM is. Like, I don't know what the designation for it is. Did you grab my laptop case for me?
What?
Did you grab my laptop case? I want to see if I can even pull the ROM off open source. See if I can identify it. I reset the ECU, and now I've gotten further than I've gotten so far. Before I only got to 20%, and one time I got to 28, but I've never gotten to 65.
69, nice.
77, nice.
Oh man, it's at that point where it's going to be really aggravating.
Yeah, it's going to crash at 99% and I'm going to bash my skull against this fucking window. Send you around for 18 STI. Well, now it's flashing the fucking base map on it. So for some reason, hitting reset on the ECU made it work. I'm afraid to move.
I wouldn't move.
Like, I haven't moved my feet, and they're very uncomfortable right now.
I haven't moved either.
And
I
I'm
don't
twisted,
like my position.
and I'm just not moving. My hand is rested on
You
this.
see it pause there? I thought that we talked too much.
It might have.
Every time it pauses, it's just a anxiety.
Well, the mini hard. Well, now's the real bad time for it to crash too, because it's flashing. And if it crashes while flashing, then it's fucking link
Then
time.
it's standalone.
That's right.
Which they do offer for this year now.
That was really good news. I want to try one. I want to know how good their can stuff is, because their can stuff hasn't been that good for the previous years. But I wonder how good they have it for this year. My anxiety is kind of high right now.
You're probably feeding off mine. Mine's very high.
Holy shit.
It did it. I'll take your case back.
I had to scare it with open source.
Yeah.
See that? So I'm gonna open source your ass. Okay. Fine. So I reset the ECU and that was enough. I'm not sure what was stuck in the volatile memory that made it not communicate. It's crazy to me. You know? So the owner of this car does computer programming too, and Alpha Centauri, I know you do programming. Yes, yeah, they just released it a few days ago. Yep, supports all that shit. Alright, let's key on. Key on, pump the throttle 3 times, calibrate the throttle fully, start it. Well, it didn't like my base map. Huh. Alright. Maybe this thing's got injectors in it, dude.
Maybe?
Maybe they did something to it.
I'm gonna wipe off this grease spot that I made from leaning on the car here.
Would you look at the fuel rails and see if it's got factory injectors in there?
It's got factory rails.
Look stock?
Dark blues.
Okay. Got it. The injector scale didn't transfer over for some reason. Weird. It's good now though. Oh no! Fuck. I hit cancel instead of okay. I gotta re-click all my freaking login parameters again. Damn it. Oh shit. Now I'm flustered. Check your duty cycle, intake air temps, and full relative mass airflow. Throttle position, turbodynamics boost error, wastegate duty, copy to log, hit OK instead of cancel. Alright, there we go. Air fuel trim within 3%. I'll take that right now. It's a good start. Tip ends lean, tip ends lean. Let's adjust that real quick. Save that. Okay. It's a little better. Idle's not as good as I want it to be. looks tight. Hold on a second. Wait, what's that? Alright, so if I go to sport, put my foot at 50, 50, 318, 318 out of, oh, that's 100% throttle. That sucks. I don't like that. Alright, 50, 298, a ratio base. 298. Just full throttle again. Alright. Alright, let's see. No, thanks, sports fan. Yep. Here for the rant about old GDs. I'm not sure what rant you're talking about, Miller. What's up, Dom? What's up, Pago? I need to learn your tricks with the Link G4. I'm thinking of buying one for my JDM 07 WRX. Sweet. Yeah, I approve. The Link's great. The Link is plug and play. But you do need to add a wideband if you want it to work right. You need to add the CAN Lambda by Link for it to work right. And no news on the intake. I ordered a flange to mount it from one of those places. I had it made out of aluminum. they were supposed to have shipped it days and days ago, and I've heard nothing from them. So I'm just going to cancel my order, get a refund, and try something else. I just can't support people that don't communicate and miss their deadlines that much. Just can't do it. Alright, so I'm going to put different throttle tables on this because these are atrocious on this year. I think my problem is that I have AnyDesk going, I have LibreOffice going, I have Chrome open, and kill all that shit. Alright, let's see if I can make this work now. Let's see if I can get some stuff on here for you. What do you want to see? Dynograph or screen? I don't know. We'll start here. Let's see. Hey, Anton. What's up, man? Link ECUs plug and play. Yes. News on. Okay, did that already. Yep. Watching while I pull motor out. Subaru life, dude. Subaru life. Want to make at least 450 for an 1/8 mile drag strip. You need to have a recipe to follow. I mean, eventually I probably could, but I'm behind on this tune by hours, so been having tons of issues. But yeah, eventually I could do that. Actually, I'm going to flash a base map right now. Flash another map on it, so we'll see if that works, so I can do it while I was doing that. This one I was working on today. I know you weren't here for that, Anton. Boost line popped off right here, but she was on a rip, as you can see. That's a 2.3 with a G30 770 on E20. It's going to be awesome when you get an E85. I love that turbo, and I love the 2.3 on this setup. Just, it made more power everywhere than the Dom 1.5 2.5 liter that I ran right before it, so it's pretty sweet. Okay, so we need to clear this one. This is this guy anyways. Choose runs. Okay, so we need to delete that. And we need to go... I don't know how many of yours I need to pull up. So let's pull the last 2 up. Okay, and then I need Igor. And I'll pull a couple of his up. I'll load those up. And I'll close it. And I'll do this one. Okay, we'll do this one. We'll get rid of this one. Get rid of this one. Get rid of this one. Alright. Well, I think yours is the red one and Igor's is the orange one. They're really similar, actually. They're really similar. Need to check the weather for the day too. I think one of you was winter, one of you was summer, so the thing's gonna add a correction to it. Let me see what the correction was for you guys. I'll do the torque, I'll change it, see what the difference is. What is that? 16 to 20. So one of that's 8%. Looks like maybe difference. Let me see what it was. So the red one was 1.24 and the orange one 1.18. So yeah, 6%. So yours had 6% more added to it correction-wise because of the weather and the elevation, and his had 118. So maybe yours is on a much hotter, or yours on a much hotter day than his, or something. I don't know. Let's see. What was the weather air temp? Oh yeah, so yours was a higher air temp. Yours was 130 something. His was 104 something on the air temp. So, I mean, it says it was quite a bit more than yours. Quite a bit. Alright, where's this thing on the flash? Okay. Sorry. Flash this map. We're gonna bang this out in between. Oh, I fucking deleted them. Bring him back? No. Well, that one's angry. It's wavy. Looks like he was running a lot more boost than you, though. We were at 37 on his and 31 on yours. And the way they're coming in, it's super similar. Super similar, so I'd say it's very comparable. And if you still had turbo speed available on yours, we could have put more boost to it. His was at turbo speed a long time ago, and he asked me to push it harder, so I pushed his a lot harder than I wanted to. But he insisted I did it, and it ended up failing because of it. So, you know, I didn't want to push it so hard, but he kept saying, "Push it harder. Just do it more timing for one pull." And then it didn't work out. So I streamed that one, and he kept saying, "No, dude, I don't want to do it." He's like, "If it breaks, it breaks." And I'm like, "I don't want it to break," and then it broke. So that sucked. All right, That map's flashed on there. That should be more appropriate. Should idle a little better than the last one. Yeah, his was a 2.3. Yep. Yeah, his was a 2.3. Yours was a 2.5. And he had my cams in it too, but he had my second gen cam, which had a bigger exhaust than yours has, and a slightly different intake centerline. Same profile, but just 4-degree different centerline on the intake cam than yours does. But yeah, 2.3. Still not quite right. Still a little soggy. Oh, that AC compressor is working on this thing. It's whining. I haven't heard an AC compressor work that hard before, or on a car this new in a long time. Oh yeah, that was all AC. Wow. Wow, that AC has put some serious load on the engine. It revs slow because of it. That's crazy. These things must have big compressors on them, or they're inefficient. Yeah, man, the 2.3s kick ass. You do the right headwork, right cams on them to match the displacement or match the geometry, they rip, you know. And like I said today earlier, that 2.3 that I just showed you on that graph, that was more everywhere than a 2.5 or the Dom 1.5, like more everywhere. So the right cams, the right geometry, the right compression, the right turbo kit, all that stuff adds up big time. And that's something that, you know, the domestic world is known for a long time, right? The domestic guys, they always buy their stuff that's, you know, for this RPM range, and right, the domestic guys have always known you got to target the right area. The import guys don't seem to know that as well, and then the Subaru guys even less. But the Subaru guys get variable cam timing, which helps to give you more everywhere than you would get otherwise. So it gives you more range than you would have had, but still, it's having a match setup goes a really long way. I need to put a speed hold on this so I can check some thresholds. I'm going to pass through some GR stumble regions. Right there. Wow. That was lean as balls right there. That's crazy. 30% correction on that thing in that region. $35. Oh yeah, seatbelt. Sorry guys. Today's troubles were plentiful, my friends. A lot of issues today. It was crazy. A lot of issues. this is not running well. Computer is just not doing it. Oh, it took a while to hit. Of course it did. Oh. .4. Okay. Okay, I like it. So this one has a Mamba housing on it. So it's got the P20 housing on it. Recently rebuilt and converted a 16G turbo to an 18G. Can I use that turbo on my car without it being balanced, or does it need to be balanced? I don't know what you mean, like the compressor wheel's not balanced? Oh, this is a little weird spot right here. What's going on here? What the fuck is going on right here? Oh, it's popping out of idle control on me. Oh, weird. My accelerator's not tracking my foot. I'm pushing on it for a while before it reads. That's bizarre. I've never seen a STI do that before. Huh. Alright, let's do another one, another low boost one. Less throttle this time. I'm gonna do about half throttle. Okay, here's that right there. I like that. I like that. New laptop? No. No, I didn't get a new laptop. I'm still suffering with this freaking Lenovo. This is my old Lenovo. My new one is even worse, so I've been using this one. And this one's already got all my old tunes loaded on it, so it's easier to work with anyways. Okay. Let's start this lower pole, lower speed. Capture some lower RPM stuff. A little more throttle. One thing you can not see, never mind, forget I said anything. This is an I mode, so I'm really happy about that. This is an I mode, and everything is really smooth right now. The fact that we had 227 wheels is actually really surprising. Let's fix this, because this is silly. But no back pressure at this boost, man. With that Mamba housing on here and the full exhaust, it's catted. Doesn't sound very catted though. It's kind of loud. But there's no mufflers on it. I don't think. I think it's just pipes at the end. everything looks really good. And you see the 0 wastegate duty, and we're getting right around 9 pounds of boost. So I'm pretty happy with all that. Mass airflow got the 273, and which means in theory I should make 273 wheel. Whoa, hold on a second. What? What? Looks like it flares at the end here. A little flare from 5,000 to 61. It jumps up 20 grams per second. That's not right. That is not right. Why is it doing that? And it does dive rich there too. The dyno graph goes from 11.0 to 10.5 right there. Maybe I popped off a little hosey, or maybe I added too much to the MAF cal would be the question there. The fact that it goes quickly though it's weird. Timing's only 19 at 9 pounds of boost. It's actually super conservative timing if you think about it. And the boost, yeah, 6 to 9 pounds, and timing's 11 to 19. So timing's way low right now. But that's where base maps always start, is low timing. Man, that's a lot of airflow. I mean, that Mamba housing is doing its work. That's crazy. 273. That might be a small error in my MAF cal. We'll see here. Never hit this kind of boost with this big housing on here. It'll not carry that at all. Man, it's crazy, man. These Mamba housings are so good. They're so good. It helps so much. The P20 with this 2.5 liter. It's insane how good they are. Let's see. What's my duty cycle get to my injectors? Ooh, 86%. 305. I think I have to pull a smidge out of my MAF cal. I think I got too much in there. It's either that or I have too much added in based on air temp now that I'm post intercooler. And that would be down here. Oops, wrong one. Right here. Nope, I don't have that one at all. Okay. Check this guy. Oh, that's good too. $19 degrees at redline, 12 at peak boost. That is real conservative. And I like conservative, and I know this owner wants conservative. So that's nice. But I'm going to add a smidge of timing to it. I'm going to add this whole section here, right there. So 1.5 degrees, not even a full 1.5 degrees, 1.5 degrees, added only 8 horsepower. It's not a ton. I mean, it is a difference, but that's not a ton. The compressor wheel is balanced. Just wanting to know if I can. Yeah, so that totally depends on how they balance the old assembly. If they balance the old turbine by itself and then add the compressor, which a lot of guys do, and then balance it again, then if you just take the old compressor out, put a new compressor that's balanced on, that's fine. It should be okay. But if they put it all together and then balance it as a full assembly, and you're taking off a compressor wheel that's not balanced and putting on one that is, that means that the turbine side is not balanced. So the short answer is I have no idea if you can or not, because I have no idea what brand it is and what that specific brand does when they build them, etc., etc. So I don't know, man. That's unfortunately that's just the fact that I can't answer that question. There are a lot of turbos that they balance the compressor wheels separately from the turbine, and then they just slide them on and bolt them down. That way, since they're not splined, if the compressor happened to rotate on the shaft while not being splined, then it's still in balance. So in theory, if they balance it that way, yes. But if they didn't do it in steps and they just threw it all together and then did it, the answer is maybe. So I can't really tell you for sure, man. I'm sorry. Yeah, Alpha, she sure carries, right? Look at that. I mean, that carries all the way to redline almost. 6,600 is peak horsepower. That's really nice. That's really nice. That's one thing I love about the Mama housings. It really gives us a nice, usable, and logical power band. Like, it's what you would expect an engine to produce, whereas like the normal sewer power bands are not at all what you would expect an engine to produce. You look at me and you go, what the heck? That's weird. You know, and this, the torque is flatter, it's less peaky, the horsepower carries. This is going to be a beautifully driving car. Yeah, it's going to drive nice. Check that last log. That's my intake temp there, 97. Okay, so this is important, and this is something for all of you want to be tuners to look at here. Intake air temp. This is going to affect timing. So I've got 97 here. And then as you see, as I go through the pole, it goes up and up and up and up to 124 during the pole, 122 during the pole, right here. Okay, so that's being reported to the ECU. All right, now if you look at this, then look at this table here for your ignition timing compensation based on air temp. Oops, that's idle. I don't want idle. I want ignition, compensation, intake temp. We go here. Now we see at 97, I'm pulling like half a degree. And at 122, I'm pulling 1.7 degrees. So almost 2 degrees. Now, when the car cools down, or the intake air temp drops, is that going to be too much timing? That's important. On hot days like this, you have to look at that. Because if this was say -4 right now, and then the intake air temp cools 20 degrees, and it becomes 4 more degrees of timing, now my timing is too much. And this right here actually, and this car for the way it's set up, this is too much. I'm going to pull this down because it is a hot day of tuning, and I am up here in this region, and I don't want to be adding 4 degrees of timing to it in the normal weather areas that we have, because then that means I push it too high. Now, the other spot to look at is this table right here. How much of it is being added? How much of that table is being used? So if we look here, this says all of that table is being used until 6,000, then only half of that value is being used. So that means in the 122 area where it was pulling 1.76, I'm really pulling half of that if it's in the 6,000, 7,000 RPM range. Now this is important because this is the most sensitive area for the engine. Up here is the least sensitive area for the engine. Well, down the lowest load is the least sensitive, but in load, this is the most sensitive area where you don't want to have too much timing because that'll break shit. And here at 6,000 plus, knock barely ever happens up there anyways because the piston's moving so fast that even if a knock event happened, it wouldn't do anything because the flame fronts aren't moving fast enough to cause damage to a piston that's also moving so damn fast that the flame front can't keep up with it. It's like if a car drove by you and you tried to slap on the tail light, right? If the car's doing 60, you're not going to get it. You'd be like, trying to swing your hand and hit it. Car does 2, you can slap on the tail light when it goes by, right? But it's doing 60, you're not going to be able to do it, and you're never going to be able to break the tail light, right? You could never hit hard enough to break it. So that's my analogy for what we're talking about when we see knock at high RPM, on how it just doesn't do much. Now, if we retained enough heat in the cylinder and had a pre-ignition event, that would be really bad. But that's, now we're talking 50, let's see, 20, 13. So we're talking at least 35 degrees, earlier than the knock event would happen. You would need to have, I mean, it's, you know, I hope it's not what I'm trying to say. Peak cylinder pressure is usually around 20 degrees after top dead center. Knock happens around that time, 20 after top dead center. We ignite the mixture around 15 to 20, as you saw by the log, at high load. And so a pre-ignition event has to happen before that 15 before, right? Which would be like, 20 before, 30 before, and then the peak cylinder pressure. So that event happens then, and the peak cylinder pressure now is going to be as the piston moves up closer to TDC. That's what's going to break things. But we're talking, that's a huge difference when the knock threshold is 20 after, and then to get enough heat to push that sucker all the way to a pre-ignition event would be a lot of heat retention, and just isn't very likely to happen. EJ doesn't suffer from pre-ignition very often. That's not something that happens very, very much at all. Other engines, though, can definitely do it, especially longer stroke engines. They can definitely get more of a tendency towards pre-ignition than these guys will. Oh, I want to check out the wastegate during my pull. What are we getting? The wastegate's at 65, 55. Okay, so it's basically maxed out because we're not hitting my target. Which is expected. Big housing. We're not going to hit the target with a big housing. But we can still try a little harder. Usually these mamas will do like 15 peak and like 12 at redline kind of thing, and we've got not quite 15 peak right now. So now you can force it to do a higher peak with the housing. You can really throw some duty cycle at it and it'll spike, but it'll spike and it'll decay super fast, and then that just isn't, that's not an ideal power band anyways. And then you dump just massive quantities of heat into the intercooler and everything else, and you don't want to do that either. If I dump a bunch of heat in the intercooler in the mid-range, then I'm gonna be hurting my top end, because now the intercooler's insanely heat soaked and everything else, and that's going to be just a nightmare. That's a car that's going to have a little bit of a whoop, like right away, but then after that, it's going to just fall on its face and start knocking like crazy. I was at the wrong RPM when I started the pull. There we go. Alright, so we got a little bit of duty cycle to that to try and push us closer to our boost target. I was just trying to get like 16-ish out of it, because I know I'm also going to be out of injector soon. Yeah, really close, 86 or so % on the injectors. 0 knock events. I mean, it's hard to get knocked when you're this conservative on the timing, which is good. And conservative on the fuel. We can look at the fuel here in a second, and it's probably on the rich side. This customer specifically asked to make sure that I stayed on the safe side for him. He was looking forward to just it driving better and having a little bit more power. And so that is my goal. Yeah, so I went way rich on that one. That was too rich, so we got to pull that down. And that's going to be, I think, is that MAF cal, I'm pretty sure, is just a little too high on that top end there. That 305 doesn't make sense. It's a little aggressive, and so I need to pull the MAF cal down. So now the rest of the pull, I'm only a little bit rich, so I'm going to pull some out of the top half of the MAF. I'm going to do a smidge out of all of it, and then I'm going to tweak the top half a smidge. So that's 4%. I pulled 4% out of it there. That was out of the whole thing. Because I took 4% out of that, I got to add it back to the bottom end, because the bottom end didn't need to be reduced that much. Okay, and we'll go back up here a little bit. I try and do my MAF changes as globally as I can. The curve is already about the right shape, especially for the red line intake and all of that. So if I needed to, say, raise the top end, I don't want to grab just the back half of cells and raise it, because it might not just need just the top end. It could need the low end too, right? This thing has tables for manifold pressure compensation that they did to help with the stutter, the hesitation that the GRs developed with this fuel system design. So that table is going to have a large effect in all of the cruise regions. So both those tables are going to have effect in the cruise. That's where they're applicable. So really, the changes I do to the MAF cal to affect the top end, that also affect the bottom end. Chances are the bottom end is going to be tweaked on those other tables with this. Now you could zero those tables out, but the problem with that is that you also then get rid of the fix for the stumble that these are so bad with, because the fuel system is all dicked up because they deadheaded it. So if we put better fuel system on it, then we would zero those tables out, and they would have very little effect or use, and actually the MAF scale would actually come in a little easier. But because they put those tables in down low to compensate for their screw up, then it kind of messes up the low end of the MAF scale, because it's not just a MAF anymore, it's the MAF and this VE tweak, or this MAF tweak that they did. So it's kind of messed up, and I wish it wasn't that way, but that's I don't know why they didn't just fix the fuel system. Honestly, I'm really confused why they didn't do that. What's going on here? Come on. I mean, they knew it was a problem. They developed tables to fix the problem. Turn the AC off. Let's see where that goes. So you got to keep in mind when you're doing these cars that the AC region is a different region than the regular idle region. So if you look at your air fuel learning here, you'll see 5.6. So 5.6 and above is supposed to be a high idle and AC on, and then below that is AC off. But right now, my AC on, I'm only getting about 5. But I add more loads like electrical and power steering, and it'll go. See, now it's at 7, right? So I pop into another table. So you have to be aware of what you're doing at idle and what areas of the learning or the learning tables that you're the learning table zones that you are affecting or that you're utilizing. So I started that pull a little late that time I was already loaded before I was fully throttle, at full throttle, so the pull started a little late, as you can see. I picked up a bunch of power because I leaned it out, and you can see by pulling that 7% fuel that I pulled that up top. Now we're right here, this 11.3 mark, and here it indicates leaner, okay? If this was actual air fuel, I would be concerned, but this has got a cat in it. And so really the air fuels are going to be about half a point below that. And I still think I want to add a smidge right through here, to this region. So I want to add fuel from 5,000 and below, but not a lot. In the open loop area, this is pretty good because again, it's got a cat on it, and that's one reason why we weren't seeing much power with the timing, is because it was so rich on the engine. But look at that, it picked up 16 by pulling fuel out of it. Now it also technically added about a degree of timing when I reduced the MAF cap, because that reduced the load, and so that's something to keep in mind. That wasn't all fuel for that. We added about a degree of timing. And the airflow now says 296. Now we're closer to making more sense. And I like that a little better. It still has a little flare at the end, and injectors are down at 83%. So the mama housing is really doing its job. And I like that. Wastegate though, you see that wastegate's in the 70s now. Now it's hot today, so getting in the 70s doesn't surprise me. On a cold day, that should be a lot lower, 15% lower on a cold day. And that's one thing that's important too, is you got to make sure that your low wastegate duty cycle is low enough that you're not blasting through all that on a cold day. Here we are, 40s up to 65, so that's good. Whereas this is going to be almost 60s, yeah, 60s up to 80. So that gives us room to adjust for weather and give us a nice boost. Okay, so let's go back to the open loop table here. I want to add fuel under 5 grand and lower loads. In fact, this load scale might be off a smidge. I might want to tweak that a little bit. What are we hitting for load? Was it 2.8 that we hit earlier? 3.0. Okay, 3.0 there. 305. Yes, okay. So we're really running right here, and you see that the program is 11.4. So I'm just going to add fuel. I'm going to add fuel here all the way down. Oopsie, that was a little too much. If you happen to hit that load, we're going to want fuel on the motor. That's a zone that is that's a much higher area of load. Okay, so I'm going to do this. Oops. I don't want it quite that far. Pull a smidge here. Then I'll do that. Alright, so I'm adding some fuel here in that region that I felt was a smidge on the lean side. It wasn't as lean as it looked though, like I said, because there's a cat, but it still felt a little lean. Now I'll go here. Do that. But we're going to take this guy and do this to pick that end up a smidge right there. Like that. That's what I wanted. Okay. So add a little bit of fuel there. 235 right here. Just a little more in that little basin. Remember I was talking about the sensitive areas in this engine? This little basin here where I'm adding fuel. This is that same area where it's the most sensitive. So add a little extra fuel, slows the burn down, but also removes excess heat and just makes it a smidge safer. And I am all for making it safer through there, because this is where, if you're going to blow it up, it's right here. It's 36 to 4,000. This range is where they're going to fail. Maybe 36 to 5,000, I should say, probably right here, like that. That's where they're going to eat themselves up. Okay. See how that fuel addition helps. Now we can look again though at that log. I don't know if you can see him or not. I mean, no knock. So there was no knock during it. It's still pretty conservative, but the timing, actually right here, there's a little more timing than I want. I'm gonna lower timing in one spot. So that is 3,700 at 297 load. So this range right here. Okay. Pull some out of this whole region right here. One more right there. I was gonna say, okay, can you move the dynograph to the top right or something? I can't see the table really. Oh, sure. I mean, the tables haven't been that important. Discussing what I'm doing and why I do it is more important than seeing the number. You know, learning the technique and the you know, the method is more important than whether I have a 12 or a 13 in a block. That's not going to do you any good at all. So, obviously when I say right here, I'm pulling timing right here, you can't even see the graph, know what that right here is. So I get that. But I just want to make sure that it's, you know, in your mind that it's more important to understand the reasons why I'm doing things than it is to see the number that I'm putting somewhere. It's fucking harder than that right now, honestly. Alright, so the timing is pulled, that works. We see a little bit of drop, which we'd expect with a reduction in timing. We added some fuel. We see a little bit of drop as we'd expect with an addition of fuel. But overall, I am pretty happy with that. Let's bring the last one back up again. Oops. Got some overhead on the injectors for cold days, because when this air temp goes down outside, we're going to start drawing a lot more mass in the cylinders on a cold day, and the turbo will do it easier. We'll have less back pressure as well to hit the same target boost. So we need to have room for the ECU to add fuel if it needs it. So that's good. I got a good overhead there. This is pretty expected values for a day this hot, and I am pretty happy with it. I think that's it. I think we're done. I'm gonna do some more driving on it to make sure that everything is still good. I think I want to drive on the street because there's a little funniness in the throttle, and I want to see if I can feel it on the street. Street and dynos are very different, and you'll get. Oh, I gotta fix this right here. What is that? 3,000 RPM. My boost target's too high. I mean, I'm not overshooting, and if it does do that, it's just going to make more torque, so I guess it's not bad. It's just too hot today. Combined with the Mamba housing, it doesn't want to bring that much boost in right there. So I'm not too upset about that, but it wouldn't hurt to drop it a smidge. Let's see, right there. No, I'm gonna leave it there. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave that there. Let it try and hit that in cold weather, and it'll wake the car up in cold weather. Okay, so I didn't make any changes after I flashed it, so that's good. I don't need to resave it or anything. I don't think. Why are all those things lit up? Does that mean those are all different? Oh, my comparer's still in here. That's why, okay. Alright, let me mess with that throttle a smidge again. I might have just missed one little column up a little bit. Feels fine now, actually. It was only a little wonky earlier, but it feels good now. So I'll drive it. Let's drive it and see how it goes. All right. Yeah, I think that's it. I think we're done. We're done. I'm gonna go drive it, and it is hot as balls. Let me tell you, it is hot. Anything else I can do? Oh, I didn't check the straps and stuff. Yeah, and do a last pull with the straps all fixed. The car always works its way loose and sits funny on the dyno after a bunch of pulls. So let me see if I adjust the stuff if it'll be better. 1 second. Doors open. do one last pull. Let's see if that helps at all. With the straps being adjusted. Oh. It cleaned it up. They got some of the wiggles. So I got some of the wiggles through here. A little bit right there, but that is way better through there. I like it. It's probably a boost fluctuation right there, isn't it? Let me see. Air temp is high. No knock though, that's good. Knock free. Let's do this. Let's look at this. Still dips rich, but definitely better than it was before. Let's see. Yeah, look at that. That's way better. Way, way better right here. This is great. Okay. Boost. Nice. Nice. It's no 16 GXT with 1000cc injectors on ethanol, but it'll work. It'll absolutely work. All right, y'all. Appreciate you coming by. Hopefully you learned something. That's why I do these things, to try and help you guys learn stuff. I'm happy to do it. As always, if you have any questions, you can just message me, email, or the Discord server. I don't like comments in YouTube because it's hard for me to get to them, but if you do comment on YouTube, it helps my interaction stuff, which helps the algorithm and spreads it out. So commenting on my videos helps out with all of that. That's actually why a lot of people are like, oh, I want to hear your thoughts. They don't want to hear your fucking thoughts. They just want you to comment on their thing so that they get more interaction. That's what drives the YouTube algorithm. So, I want to hear your thoughts. Anyways, you guys, no, I appreciate it. Again, come by the Discord. I got a bunch of good people in there. A bunch of guys hungry to learn. A bunch of guys that have knowledge to give. Guys that like cars. People that like pets. People that like food. People that like guns. People that like off-road stuff, side-by-sides, adventuring, gaming. We talk about it all there, and we have a good time. So the link is on my website, getitdontune.com, of course. And I appreciate you guys stopping by. Have a good weekend, because I will not be tuning tomorrow. Have a good weekend.